natin. Silip-silip lang tayo ng mga games kagaya nito. Solid kasi to guys. Kaya hindi na natin i-break yan.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Radiant's top tower is falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yung stock ng mga...
Radiant are scanning.
We slip into shadow.
Interesting.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This will come in handy.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Only the wary.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nothing touches the heart like my pathetic.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I copy and paste that in the description. Out of the game, the engine doesn't reduce the FPS, so your viewers will still have a good experience while.
An exclusive
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
You're welcome. Maybe I am the princess of nothing.
Your shrine has fallen into the radiant. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
if you're not happy with the way that your YouTube is, now I'm going to show you a version of YouTube, and you want to make sure that that is checked. The next thing you're going to want to do is for the settings, service recommendations, you want to make sure that that is checked. The next thing you're going to want to do is for not output. This is in support output mode. Super important you select app. That may not be recorder is going to be FFM on what graphics card you're utilizing, but this is the one you want to select. NVIC 8. You want to have this at about 9,000. Your keyframe interval high quality, multipass mode to
Stay silent and move quickly.
That's it. Profile high. You want to have look ahead on, Psycho visual tuning on, PPD 0, and max view frames 2. Now you may not see all of these settings, and that's fine. Just fill in the things that you do see on your end. And then you want to select apply. And now we want to make sure that we test our internet analysis. Everybody internet here, OBS, and then you can go ahead and graphics to
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks is fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks is fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's ancient is under Radiant victory.
Diba? Yun yung mainit-init na pinanood natin kanina. Yangon and Kukuys pa-start na. Tapos solo leveling. Sino katapat nila? 4911. Dapat yan yung mga kalaban ng Kukuys para diretso na tayo dun sa semis. Mga swerte naman yan. Ha? 1-0 na yung IAP versus ano yan? H1N1 KYXY. No? So stay tuned lang mga kaibigan. Kukuys coming up. Don't go anywhere. This is your And we are back mga kaibigan. And may sumama, hinahanap ninyo ang aking little monkey. Siyempre, Julio Sapiens.
Hindi guys,
Julio Sapiens na yan.
nagtatampo yung aso ko kasi wala yung amo ko. So, sinamahan ko na ang aking Shishidogi. And ito na nga yung Road to TI Open Qualifiers nga natin.
Mainit to ha.
Boss 5, Captain, Boss Gabi.
Yes.
And hindi rin biro yung kalaban
Si
nila rito.
Nico, yan yung pinaka kaabang-abang dito. Ang husay pa rin maglaro.
Si Kuya mo 4C.
Si Kuya mo 4C.
Yan, makikita natin yung pagka-oga. Yung tagal na wala
Total,
ni Kukuys, no?
nag-mouse siya. Si 4C. Nakuha niya yung laro ni Torsi dun.
Ni Torsi, oho.
Torsi na yun eh.
4C, tsaka Torsi.
4C and Torsi na yan.
And pwede kayo manood dito, guys.
Magandang gabi ha sa
Oo.
lahat. Kaabang-abang. And sakto to, after nito,
Sakto.
talo naman.
Flipster Talon,
Oo.
lower bracket against Aurora. 9 PM pa naman yun, guys. So,
For sure, nakasuporta yan. All the
Matik.
way from Europe. Boss ko.
Boss ko, matik yan. Pinapanood niya muna dito yung...
Yung mga Kukuys boys natin.
So, tingnan natin. Itong Yangon, lagi naman kasali to sa Open Qualifiers. Minsan nang lalason din to. Pero feel ko naman, may upper hand pa rin kahit paano sila yung Kukuys dito. Siyempre, kahit paano stock din yan. Batak sa PUBG.
And baka di mo alam, Julius.
Ano?
May import Yangon Galacticos.
Sino? Ah, nga si
JG.
JG. O nga pala, nakita ko yan.
Joselito Gaming
Patay
yan.
tayo.
May Joselito
May
Gaming
Joselito
sila
Gaming
doon.
ka. Si Joselito kung kani-kani. Hindi na.
Ang aking unggoy po, ang nagpakalat. Mga kipax.
Sama ka na. Kayo yung tubig to, mamaya magbintangan pa ako. Akin yan, ha?
Hindi sa akin.
Oh,
ito
hindi.
sa akin.
I mean nga, wala akong dala. Wala akong dala.
Ay, kanino galing? Ay, baka kay Sir Michael pala yan.
Ayan, baso yan. Sa iyan.
Oo, okay.
Ayan, tapo mo na lang mamaya para hindi tayo masita rito. So, ito na nga. Drop is up. Best of 3 to, guys. Yangon went for operation. KA Aaron. Best of 3 to, guys. Sa mga nagtatanong, ha. Best of 3. Then, after na ito, match
Last
na to.
na.
Last
na
series
to.
natin. Tapos bukas ulit.
Talo na. Yun na tayo doon. Talo na agad.
Hindi, I mean yung susunod na mga upcoming matches dito sa
Tomorrow
Road to
na
the... Oh, tomorrow na ulit.
So, 2 days yung ating Open Qualifiers 1 and then Open Qualifiers 2 na agad. Yung mga hindi pinalad ng Open Qualifiers 1, syempre
May chance.
pa sila. For, laruan nyo na, Open 2. Ayaw nyo?
Ayusin pa nga ni, depende pa
Dire
schedule
team
bukas, di ba? Marami, anday natin tournament.
Baka takot lang kayo kasi.
Baka mata.
Takot. Isa kang takot.
Baka mata. Yun lang.
Radiant
Sakit ako.
team ban.
Parang, ay hindi, hintayin ko na lang si Pancho mamaya. Tasting na rin gutom ko. Pasok to sa Hidden Tapsi.
Hindi. Feeling ko.
Maulan eh, Hidden Tapsi.
Hindi, naumay na ako dun eh.
Tagaytay sana, wala
Tagaytay mo na yan.
wala tayong malaking sakyan eh. Manghiram tayong malaking
Manghiram tayo,
Oo,
manghiram tayo.
manghiram tayong malaking sakyan. Wala kang problema.
Tingin ko Tagaytay na it's time for
5 seconds
Matagal-tagal na rin.
What if peram ni Michael ang kanyang car? Andiyan ba ang
May pambayad ka ba? Yun na lang, may pambayad ka.
Ba't naman pabayad? Ba't na ba mangyari?
Hindi, syempre, at
case.
least in case, yun nga eh,
meron
diba?
meron naman tayo dyan. Siguro.
Dapat may pambayad ka. Dapat pag ano, di ba? At least may pambayad ka.
Hindi naman tayo maano. Nakita mo naman yung mga driving skills ko,
Pwede,
diba?
sama ka namin, workout.
Radio team.
Ano, sunduin ka pala ng caster, gano'n? Maglakad ka na kaya, para dito ka na.
Tagaytay to?
Oo, Tagaytay to.
Hindi, kailangan natin ng sasakyan tayo. Kay Eric TD, pwede.
Pwede kay Homage TD. Ay, hindi. Kay Homage, BS pala yun.
Hindi, dalawa tayo pag ganun. Dalawang
Eric TD talaga. Kung
Eric
Rick, baka
TD.
makakutog ka naman. Rick TD.
Eric TD
10
talaga,
seconds
Ja?
remaining.
Ha?
Oo.
Oo, yayin mo si Eric TD. Oo, Tagaytay na yan.
5 seconds remaining.
Pucho ka na, gagamitin lang sa'yo. Ayaw mo na agad.
Wala. Ay, hindi. Kung nandyan lang si Tom eh. Walang problema eh.
Oo, si Tom na lang. Tom
Oo, kung
Sawyer.
nandyan lang si Tom, eh, ramin ko mamaya.
Eh, ano ginagawa ng book angkas kung
Dire
matutuloy?
team
Eh,
Sama natin to si Julie Man.
Jimmy man?
Oo.
Pwede naman.
Maligo na rin ha. Hindi pwede yung walang ogil.
Tapos yun, sabi mo, anong kabay na natin dyan kanina. Grabe.
Sabi, iba
Dalawang araw na kaba.
Iba daw yung kaba dito. Kung siya nakikita ko kayong
10
nagkakadugyutan na kayo ni Rapi.
Kakaiba nga yung kaba. Kaba. Kabang kabayola.
Kung ako kay Kyle at saka kay
Cristel?
magpagdududahan ko na kayo eh. Kung ako kay Kyle, magsiselos na ako kay Rapi. Kung ako si Tel, magsiselos na ako sa'yo. Putay, nakagaw na yung ano. Tamis. Pag natikman ka ni Kyle, ba't wala ka ng tamis?
Wala ka ng tabis.
Yari ka!
Kaba na yan ah. Lasang kaba ka na.
Lasang kaba ka na.
Puro kaba na yung nangyayari dyan ah.
Ito guys, kidding aside, syempre serious mode to. TI mode na yung mga teams natin.
Tsaka
Ito
hoping
naman
tayo.
yung pinaka-prestigious na Dota event na masasabi ko
10
Every
talaga.
year.
remaining.
Every year. yan.
Every year.
Yan yung mga pangarap ng mga Dota players, makaptungtong
5 seconds
at
remaining.
makuha ang trophy sa TI. Kasi pag nakuha mo yung isang champion lang, pwede ka nang mag-retire eh. Kasi na-achieve
Yun
mo
na
yung
yun
dreams mo eh. Diba? Yun naman talaga yung mga dreams ng mga Dota player eh.
Mga pagtatalunan nyo na lang, sino hawak ng Aegis? Toka-toka, no?
Minsan sa org yun,
Isang di! Kung ako hindi ako papayag, isang taon per
Una.
player.
pwede.
Oo,
Hindi,
ganun.
Oo, yun naman
Hindi
isa doon.
pwedeng org lang.
Per 2 months yan. Dito, 2 months, sa'yo muna yan. 2 months.
Taon!
Taon yan?
Taon!
Sa bahay muna, no?
Oo!
Ano ka para makita ang lineup? Ano ba yung site para makita?
Ano nga site yun, Ja?
Yung nakikita mo yung mga bracket, ja?
Hindi. Don't worry guys, after netong tournament na to, available na yan sa Wikipedia.
Radiant team.
Boss Polong, may utang pa ba si Julio sa'yo or ikaw na may utang? Siya, kailan ba ako Ako ang may tamis.
Sending pang tamis. Ano account name ni Jay? Si Boss. Si Boss
Dire
Mar
team.
na yan eh.
Boss Mar?
Boss Mar.
Boss Mar na yan.
Boss Mar na yan. Boss Mar, bibigyan mo ba ng tamis?
Kami naman, yung tamis na yan.
Bibigyan.
Ay, yun nga si Boss Mar. Uy see you soon, boss.
Yon, masabi ko lang.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Ang masabi ko lang, pang Red Doors lang kami, boss. Wag mo nang sosyalan.
Oo, baka mamaya
Wag
kung
na.
ano pa.
Yung hahagod lang sa lalamunin
5
namin, gusto
seconds.
namin Red Doors lang.
Saan mo sasend? Parehas, pwedeng kay
Ito na.
Jay, pwedeng sa akin kahit saan. Boss Mar. Shoutout din. Advance, Boss Mar. Sabi ko lang,
See
excited
you
ako sa
soon.
bibigay mo sa akin. Wow, Lupi.
Ba, hindi. Nakakaselos
Mwah.
yan. Kung
Mwah.
ikaw may anak, yung isa meron,
Mua.
wala.
Boss Mar.
Di ako sama, di ako sama.
Muchas gracias para sa collection. Hindi ka naman nagko-collect. Ako kasi, pinakita ko sa kanya yung collection ko. Meron talaga ako. Ayun, nasa na ba yun? Pinasok ko yung mga, eto.
Lingerie?
Eto, yung mga collection ko sa bahay.
Lingerie, baka meron dun.
Mhm.
Shout kay Boss Mar, ha?
Wow.
Pag-stay. Boss, wag mo na sosyalan yung
10
alak.
seconds remaining.
Red Doors lang, masaya na. Kung pwedeng gin timpla, laban na tayo dyan.
Laban
5 seconds
sakto
remaining.
yun, pandagdag sa Tagaytay natin ngayon.
Ay,
yan, yun. Shoot
Boss,
ka sa budget.
doon na sumama si Eric Titi.
Ewan ko lang.
Hindi ka gastos eh.
Hindi ka gastos. Hindi, dadagdagan ng konti. Diba? Ewan ko lang.
Ewan ko lang, ha?
Ewan ko lang, napakatamad.
Radiant
Wala, kung nandito
team
lang
back.
yung si Abby, sagot ko na. Sagot ko na ang tamis. Wala eh.
Pero halos makakompleto na yung draft natin. Yangon Galacticos going for this very team fight draft, no? They have Enigma, Aberration, Tiny, potential mid or carry. And ganun pa rin, ha, yung team Kukuys natin dito, Julio, talagang fast-paced na dotahan yung gustong draft. Kanina ganun na ganun din, pare wasak na wasak
10
kalaban sa
seconds
kanila.
remaining.
Yep,
Pero
di-
unknown kasi yun.
Unknown eh. Wala, alam mo na eh.
Hindi doon matitest eh.
Five
Eto,
Ito
matitest
medyo
sila.
konting test to.
Konting test. And sa leading stage, sa
Dire
wala kang
team
spam.
back.
And
Tapos
doon-
kalin mo, Enigma, si JGM for sure.
O silito.
Ay, kaya yata siya. Ano ba role niya dyan?
3-3-3 siya silito. Ano ko ba? Pag
Dire
uno nila
team
dyan,
pick.
syempre, matik
Radiant
na yan.
team
Kasi,
pick. Queen of Pain.
Tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari sa tamis.
Boss Jay, Navi Junior or NIPCS2, hindi ko nasusubaybayan yung mga teams na yan, boss. Tanungin nyo na lang ako pag playoffs na.
Oh.
Yung mga main teams.
Sino na yung tamis?
Yes, thank you so
Sa'yo,
much
seconds
kay Bossing Mar. Ano? Season po, Bossing. And
5
always,
seconds remaining.
stay safe. Stay safe.
Stay dry, maulan na eh.
Stay dry.
Yeah, maulan na.
Oo.
Ba?
Dry?
Dry.
Pangit dry?
Laging dry. Kailangan wet eh. Laging wet. Hindi, tag-wet na kasi.
Maganda, caution, floor is wet. Yun lang. Mas gusto ko yun.
Mas gusto mo yan.
Caution, floor is wet.
Floor is wet.
Wet the floor.
Ano lang, be careful.
Yan.
The floor is wet. Good evening, Boss Jules and Mark Anthony Fernandez. Mark
Sino
Anthony.
yan?
Uy, okay. Nice stalker ni Kuya mo
Benito.
Corsi.
And then Natsumi will play Orsa and Matek, yung Pangolier
5
ni
seconds
Yogi.
remaining.
Yung PH naman lalaro niya dito, Quinopin and JJ nga, no?
Enigma, Matic. Kinounter nila yung lane ng Ursa sa lane ni Nat.
Sobrang annoying nga. Alam mo talaga dito, needed yung BKB. Dami niya, no?
Daming control sa'yo eh.
Shaman, kahit tumalon lang sa gilid yung Night Stalker with Crippling Bear, silence ka na dyan eh.
Yung magic,
Aanggilan mo lang eh,
ang
di ba?
kailangan ng Kukuys dito, 5. Kasi too much magic, AA, Tiny, Tuskar, Enigma, Queen of Pain, 5 magic eh. So badly needed nila yung 5 dito pagdating sa game. Kaso, kaya bang bumuni ko yung course yun? Balas kasi pag NSO play, hindi mo nang build ng 5 eh. Glimmer na lang siguro sa mga support.
Possible.
Yun ang kailangan nila eh. Sa anti-ma, puro magic kasi itong heroes ng Yangon eh.
Pero goods pa din yung lineup ng Yangon dito. Ha? Tingnan natin, kung ma-pull off nila, mabilis na laruan lang to for sure. For Team Kukuys, no? Yung lineup nila,
Fast pace.
pwedeng mag-snowball yan eh. Kasi,
Walang hinintay eh.
take ka ng Roshan, take ka ng...
Pero hinintay. Yung gabi lang.
Oh,
Ayun
yun,
lang.
yun, yun, yung
parang-
timing. Yun, yung timing.
Yun lang yung parang...
Pero kasi, gabi, pagka panay time na ng pa-Roshan ka na, around 20 minutes. So, pabor sa'yo. Pabor yun. Diba?
Mamili ka lang, Tormentor
Tormentor
yung
or yung Roshan.
Sa bagay. So mamimili nga lang sila rito.
And may downtime kasi yung tropahan natin for Yangon since magpi-play around ko sa Black Hole. Eh.
Black Hole, ano pa ba? Hindi nga lang eh.
BKB ni Cook.
Hindi nga lang Black
BKB
Hole.
pa ni Cook.
Yung
Prepare
Antayin mo
for
pa yun
battle.
kasi dami talagang hold dito. Hindi ka pwedeng blink in dyan.
I mean, meron naman silang parang safe snowball lang. So kailangan ng dagat dito ni Tuskar. Bakit namatras sa mga Thunders? Bukas pa guys.
Siyempre guys, sasaktan mo, matatanda na, di ba? Pangit naman yun.
Boss, doon sila ba sa 1x to?
Wala, boss.
Hindi, magkakaroon pag finals
na.
Pag finals lang po, magkakaroon. Kasi syempre, open qualifiers, hindi mo alam eh.
Oh, aga.
Aga, nung nila.
Ayan. Siyempre, si Osilito Gaming, matik naman na yan.
Tropa-tropa, kapinoy naman yan eh. So, aggressive. So, for Kukuys dito,
Nagigapin mo si JJ naman eh, di ba?
Hindi ata.
Si Rapi. Ay, hindi. Karol pa lang yun. Si JJ kasi paiba-iba din eh. Minsan,
Hindi, mid talaga
Ako nakitang nag-dig yan.
30
Mid talaga
seconds
dati
to
si
battle.
GG. Tapos nag-update ng transition lang siya. Hindi siya nakasabay. Isibo lang kasi dito sa Smart Omega. Kami kasi ni Palos.
oh,
Kami ni Palos sa Smart Omega.
doon na,
Ay, di pa nga kami Smart Omega. SGD.
SGD.
Oh, yun.
Alo, inabot mo eh. Tapos ano ka pala doon sa Sterling Global Dragons. Pero hindi kita nakita doon.
Ako, Palos, si Jonas.
Ang
The
alam ko na doon,
battle begins.
sila, ang MCY pa, ang pangalan ni nino to? Ni,
Sexe, yung offlane.
sino to? Ni, carry siya nun eh.
Oo nga, carry nga siya.
Tino.
Si Tino.
Oh, si Tino, MCY
Hindi,
pa.
after nun nila,
Lipo
kami
Lords.
pumalit.
Kasi yun yung una eh.
Oo.
Palag SGD nun eh. Palag
sila yun, nila Black
Tapos
Solo.
nung sumama ka na, nadisba na yun. Kasi ano pa magagawin mo dun?
Hindi, ano na yun, new rebuild kami. Ako, Jonas, Nasjo, tapos si ano.
I can take care of myself.
Palag yun eh yung SGD. Kaso kasi yung stock sobra sinun.
Daming malakas ng baliw.
Kina talaga na. Fanatic TNC tsaka ano.
Mineski.
Mineski.
Yung Mineski nun, halo eh.
Oo, sobrang stock
Uy,
na.
uy. Alam ko na yan.
Tapos
JC,
may team pa sila ano din nun. Amplify pa. Sila
Carlo, BDC, Rio,
si Carl.
si Carl, si Luis
Pare
Coach
import si
nila.
si 5 nila Jeyo. Nag-Jeyo pa yun.
Yung umpisa, tapos
Umpisa nung
nawala rin.
umpisa. Oo, Jeyo pa yun.
Pero first blood, nakuha na nga rito ng Kukuys. Sa atin yan ng
Ng ano?
bawal talaga. Mga goods, kala ko bawal eh. Nandito sa atin yan ng 1xbet. Gamitin lang ang Kuya Nick. Nagpapagamit po yan lagi. Follow nyo na rin. Wah! Buksan mo.
Tagaytay na to.
After
It's
nyo
time.
mag-class, tiis tayo. Tagaytay tayo. Kain. Ano yan?
Oh, Ja, sasama si Owa.
Oo. Hiram tayo sa sakyan. Tagaytay tayo. Ha? Hindi pa kumain.
Tama,
Hiram
magkakas
na ako.
yan eh.
Hindi nga after yung class per series sila eh.
Ha?
Per series sila eh. Ito yung kay Boss Baby.
Gitin mo na namin yun sa bagnet. Makabili nga. Wala, babot baby. Ako nanonood ko na.
Wala 1xbet. Wala. Sali lang tayo. Sa non-event lang tayo magawa 1xbet. Dito mahirap eh. Hindi mo alam yung the ads eh. Hindi mo alam kung sinunod ko ng plus eh. Delikado. So after first blood, medyo struggle nga talaga si Nat dito sa baba. Wala, yun yung ganyan. Tapos tag team, aray, ang sakit, aray. Patay, sinatnat, pare. Kitang-kita. Wala, kita mo talaga once mag-level up sila naman, hirap ka. Mid naman natin. Medyo lamang si Owe. Against the player. Parang high blood din ako dito. Grabe pa, ano mo? Pre, ano mo ko lang dito? Suka na may sili. Kami yan sa bahay. Ang dami. Inumot ng kasambahay namin.
Si at Perla.
Oo. Chill pa na naman yung game natin guys. Training stage pa naman to. Wala pa naman masyadong nagaganap.
1-1. And ibang-iba, no? Sa game kanina talaga ng Kukuys dahil may galaw na talaga. Si Yowie, winasak niya yung
Ano yun?
invoker. Pero lamang naman siya sa match.
Invoker nung kalinya? Ano siya?
M lang.
Oh, wala. Lugi
Lugi talaga.
Ayun yun eh.
Wasak saan niya.
Wala ka ng damage dun. May refract. Tapos sa side blade ka lang.
Magano nga eh. Exort type na eh. Tapos naka-forge.
Hindi, extra type na talaga yun. Ano yung habol ko dun? Yung kill sa other team, Sunstrike. Tahimik ang ating rito, game number 1. Parang hahay mo.
Interesting to Sila skill lead. And sa pagkakaalam ko, Yangon Galacticos, lagi nakaka-chepe kay Boss Gab yan. Siya ba? Ay hindi, ano pala yun? Lilgan pala yun?
Liligan, tsaka yung isa pa.
Yung Lilgan yun nawala, no?
Ay, nagkuha-takot ng mga player.
Bagay. Pero as a team, yung team ng Lilgan, di ba? Yalla, bibi, yalla.
Habibi,
Shala.
yalla, habibi, yalla. Wala ko yung mukuha si Yowie. Okay.
Sa si Force, ba't di naglaro? Dito, boss. Boss 3.
Siya yung next stalker.
And kung sino yung player na lalaro dito,
Dire structures are
unless
fortified.
parang may emergency. Wala ng net, pwede may mag-stand-in, no? Isa.
Hindi, yung stand-in, bawal yung kung sino yung naka-register. Yan ang maganda sa TI. Hindi pwedeng si kung sino-sino. Kung sino yung naka-register lang doon, yun lang yung pwede.
Yun nga, pero kunyari, ano talaga na, mag-brown out, di ba? Pwedeng may ganun eh.
Wala, bawal.
Wala na,
Oo,
out na
bawal.
yun.
Pag sa TI, ganun, ganun. Pero pag TI,
Ay, oo.
may TI, gagi, sobra. Dati ganun talaga. Kaya nga, anim yung naka-register. Ito nga yun eh, coach.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lagi ka na magsasa. Para yun eh, favor mo wala ng net. Naklasakit, yun yung maglalaro.
Never get a chance.
Yung PH against Yowie. Pinoy ba siya yung PH?
Radiant's courier
Parang
has
batang
been killed.
Pinoy eh. Ha?
Hindi,
Yung
sabi
PH
niya,
eh.
kaya yung page, Pinoy Slayer. Baka yun yung gusto niyang patunayan, pero, uy,
Na-take down si Nat dito
Pero may bawi.
sir. And Joselito Gaming with the kill onto Natsumi. Okay na, reset ka na eh.
pwede na rin.
Napatay mo yung carry, di ba? Not bad. And Joselito Gaming right now, 30 last. Palong-palo.
Lalamang talaga kasi, yung mga sinabi ko, wala kasing spam eh. Shaman, urusa kayo, kalimo. Enigma.
Parang, na malilipat ba natin overlay dyan dito sa may, kaso yung sa stash item naman yan. O, puntahan yan.
Alin ba nakaharap?
Ito, sa may taas na map.
Ay, overlay.
Tsaka ba, Jasper?
Wala, dyan talaga. Hindi mo pwede rito mas over. Hindi,
Sa
ito.
mapa.
Yung, ito, yung sa mapa, sa taas sa mapa. Yung Predator, dyan. Iyahan mo na yan, okay lang yan. Wala tayong magagawa, guys. Ayun na, tanong ka.
Ano
Ayun
naman
na.
yung open?
Wow. Yan na, guys. Yan na, inayin.
W per Jack.
L4 pa Ella. As always, kahit anong mangyari, L4
Kahit may tama si Paella, L na. Kilala ka na bilang L.
Natawa ako kahit wala si Paella.
Pare, pwede na siya sa Death Note, pare. Pwede na siya sa Death
Ang
Note.
masab ko lang, kawawang Paella.
Hindi, pwede na nga siya sa Death Note.
Pwede na sa Death.
Si L.
Si L, oh.
Paella.
Pwede ka matay, ha?
Sonic Wave. And
Patay
then
ka.
Blink and Scream of Pain. Ito na guys. Yangon Galacticos testing the waters.
Solo mill?
Solo.
Wala, di. High level kasi Shadow Stick. Kahit hindi pa sa mini ka.
Oo nga, nakita mo na. Nabilang mo yung HP.
Ako, alam ko na patay talaga eh.
Under
Yung
attack.
ganun pa lang yung nag-wave pa.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Shadow mill, lalo pag
Ayun, old school talaga na Queen of Pain, masabi mo. May bawi naman at
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like how this one feels.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fortunes change.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
driving niya dito.
Wala pa. Bata.
Dire's top
Hindi.
tower is
Nasa
under
legal na
attack.
yun, tang.
Oh, legal, pero wala pa nga. Wala pa siya legal. Kumuha na siya. Pag
Kumuha ka
gano'n.
na. Ayan.
Tingnan si Ewe pag gano'n. Diba? Natin mo si X eh.
Oo.
Diba? Pingin si Earl pag ganyan. Laki Earl lang tamis.
Shoutout ha.
Kasi ikaw, nakuha mo naman yung lisensya mo.
Andyan na.
Nandiyan na. Ang kulang na lang, yung sasakyan.
Yung motor ko
Motor
na wildas pa ang helmet.
Bakulit ka eh. Ibig sa secure na yung helmet mo eh. So middle lane, rotate si Jane. Gusto na kunin ng tamis ng first tower sa mid.
Possible. And available dito yung black hole. May dagger ba sa church?
Wala eh. Pag-open naman. Pag pinauli yung first dagger
Pero kasi pag ganyan ang yaman, malay mo, di ba? Sa game na to,
Wala
para
ka na yan.
talagang sulit
Drums
yung first
yan.
black hole.
drums or bloods or fight. Yun naman yung
Radiant's
Gusto
middle
makita sa
tower
kanya
has
ngayon.
been
Hindi
denied.
ng Domi, no?
Oo.
Kaya hindi na ganun yung type sa kanya.
Alam mo sino lang pinaka para sa magaling?
Gagawa.
Magaling nga na mag-item position sa Enigma. Si DJ. Pag alam niyang crucial na yung laban, nagbibidas yun eh. Nandito rin siya.
Pero kasi forcity.
Yun nga, hindi. I mean nga pagdating sa item man ng Enigma.
Dire's top
Meron pa ako
tower is
isang
under
dati last
attack.
nag-CB of laner. Nakita ko, parang na-realize niya na pagkadagan niya nagbidas din siya. Kasi alam mo na eh.
Si Mero ba malabot dyan? Yung auto? Pag yun yung kalaro. Ban inig ko. Sino to?
Si Mero.
Si Mero eh.
Hindi rin si Toronto. Hindi rin
Dire's
si
top tower is
Saberlight.
under attack. Dire's
Hindi rin si
structures are
33.
fortified.
Kasi iba hero nun eh.
Laging pag respect ban sa kanya. Mero ata.
Hindi ganun si Mero. Sakto lang si Mero.
Binabanan ng Enigma.
Radiant
Sa carry
are
naman, yung mga
scanning.
nagbibidas, favorite ko, si Radan, pare. TV, nakamidas. Jagger na, nakamidas. AM, nakamidas.
Boss, yung totoo ba na yung Team TK all girls? Yes, boss, pero
all
laglag
girls.
na sila.
Laglag na.
Radiant are scanning.
Maraming matataas na high rank ng babae guys ha. Baka kala nyo, puro lalaki lang ang nagdodota. So Battle Fury almost up para kay Nat dito. Mayaman and Armlet, isang buwan pare. Binili. Cash binili, pare.
Cash na yan.
Ni Porcy. You know, isang buwan.
Dire are scanning.
May bayad ba pag maglalaro open? Hindi, wala boss.
Wala.
Kahit
Wala
kayo
yan.
mismo. Diba? Kahit nasa...
Kahit yung online, magtatropa kayo eh. Ngayon madalas ginagawa ng iba dyan.
Home
Online.
shop eh, pati yun na. Register na. Punta na lang home shop. Laro. Diba? Walang problema.
Wala pong ano dyan, bayad. Free po, lahat.
Maganda. Free for all.
Yung item niya, mala Toronto, Tokyo. 4 star, tapos mag-creep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yung, alam ko, gets ko bakit mag-creep siya. Puro physical kalaban. And then may NS din. Yung black hole mo, may silence, may terrorize, may voodoo.
And if ikaw dito yung nasa part ng Kukuys, alanganin. Alam mo, palag-palag din yung kalaban. Lalo, available yung black hole. Itong night time na to, mukhang magpapasa ng...
Yaman din tayo dito. Tapos ang dami ng stock. Paldo. Ano ba basa dyan? SAH o si Kush yan? Ito yung si Kush yan.
Sustains. Gold remains.
Yan.
Walang view eh. O naman eh.
Hindi.
Pag may boomerang sa push, pwedeng cash, kish. Kush.
Gusto ko
Cash, cash, kish, kush, kush. Diba?
Gusto ko Kush nga.
Nire-recta mo eh. Hindi yung mga tropa natin.
Pag
Dire's
na ba
top
kayo?
tower is under
Tapos na,
attack.
Tapos na. Nakapagano na kami.
Tumutuwad na naman silang dalawa ni Rapido. Dirty na naman sila.
Kakaiba ang mga kaba.
So ngayon, yung PH.
Ito ba sabi ko lang? Alam mo, patalim ko kanina.
Oh.
6 si Kuya Majules at 4 lang si Michael at si Ova. For the first time nakuha at tawisan ng pataluan. Muchas gracias. Dalawang araw ako, 0. Ngayon, nakuha ko tamis. Hindi lagi sa una papatay.
Mga 4 plus 4 lang yata tinanong ni Eric T. Dito na.
History kanina pa.
History?
Kung kailan yung world nag-start World War 3. Diba? Yung mga ganon. World War 2.
Binigyan ka ng body ko ni Eric T. Feeling. Ramdam ko.
Baka.
Meron kang padulas na ginawa kay Eric. Duda na ako. Mukhang may something kay ni Eric.
Dire's top tower is under
Binigyan ka
attack.
ng sagot eh.
Bigyan ko ng tabi si Eric. Hindi ganon. Hindi na.
May suhol.
Radiant's middle
Tandaan mo,
tower is
mamaya.
under attack.
Nasa apartment na.
Dire's top tower is under
Kaya
attack.
pala may multiple choice. Nakachamba ka.
Sino?
Sabi pala may multiple choice pala daw.
Malamang mahirap yung tanong. May multiple choice talaga. Diba kasalanan ko ba yun?
Nabadog mo lang yun. Di mo alam nabadog ba?
May
Ano
isang
mo?
question doon. A, B, D sila at ako lang. Anak C, kuha tabi.
Kahit sa modalin, alam mo yung technique eh. Pag di mo alam sagot, sa letter C ka lang pupunta.
Letter C at tabis. Muchas gracias. Binigyan ng tabi. Yes, boss. Minsan, papabor din ang panahon sa'yo. Hindi lagi 0 lang sa
Kahit
papalino.
sandalin, may 25, malaki pa rin yung odds na 25%.
Yep, kesa sa walang no multiple choice. Kaya nga, si Michael kanina medyo malungkot si Michael. Hindi niya perfect eh.
Hindi na dali, Michael.
Hindi nadali ni Michael. 4 lang si Michael. Bihira yun. Hindi na minsan yung letter C sa true, boss gear. So, very interesting item for Queen of Pain. Bezel. Medyo nauuso na rin ulit yung bezel. Kasi guys, iniba na yung bezel dati. Health regen. Ngayon naman kasi, spell life steal, 70% pati life steal.
Ito ang magandang sagot, boss. Yan. More sales to come din sa Caloocan PC, shout out. And i-hold mo muna tayo. For now, awatin kita. Pare, ayaw magpaawat ni Boss Jason kaya piyapdap. Ada nakikita ako. Boss, ising ko na ang tabis. Magpaawat kayo. Ngayon lang, boss. Please. Lubayan mo muna ako sa tabis mo. Sa next cast na. Bukas.
Jason kaya biyab.
Bukas na.
Ang tamis niyan. Hindi, pantagitay natin yan.
Sa bagay.
Pantagtagin. Meron, isang kambing pa lang yung meron tayo eh. Ikaw ba na... Paano tayo magtatagitay, mag-chill tayo sa Tagaytay, mag-order ng mga bulalo.
Sarap,
Diba?
matatamis.
Matatamis na soup. Oo naman eh.
Bulalo Capital sa original yung
Oo.
sa isang gilid.
Hindi, doon ulit tayo.
Doon ulit.
Doon ulit tayo. Yung last time natin kininan.
Alas 4, yung alas 4 umaga tayo
Hindi,
nakapunta.
ngayon naman medyo maaga. Kasi
Ah.
per series lang sila Porch of the Way.
Sige.
Achievement unlock ba, boss? Yes. Naka-6 tayo sa... Hard to Cousins kasama. Pwede.
Pwede.
Ayan. Like it. Mas marami. Mas masaya. Diba?
Titi sila eh.
Per series sila.
Sino titi mo?
Oh, sino na? Ha? Si Eric pa rin. Kaya pala ay sumama. Now I know. Kaya pala ay pera may sasakyan kasi may iiwan.
Radiant's bottom tower
May
is
iwan ang
under
tabi.
attack. Dire's
galing
middle
mo nga,
tower
Eric
is
Lee.
under attack.
Trabaho ko naman, Rick. Paggamit mo na yung auto mo.
Tama. Hindi, para medyo hindi masakit sa dagdag. Paggasan na lang natin.
Oo.
So, yan. Diba?
Saan ko? 50 na ako. 50 na ako.
Sobra pa yan.
50 na ako.
50 ka na? Sobra yan. 20 ka.
Saan ba yan?
Sobra ka.
Hindi no, generous ako,
Ah,
Rick.
generous ka.
50 ako, Rick. Grabe ka naman.
Sige, 75
Ang kupal
na
mo
ako.
naman tao para pabentihin lang na ano.
Sige,
75 ka. 25 si Jack. 150 na yun. Basta na yan.
si Pancho pa.
Oo.
Si JB pa.
Pwede 50 rin si Mama. Ito.
Di, yan ang super generous na tropa kilala ko. 1H yan.
Mancho?
Oo. Sir JNJ, malon ngayon, may kape na ba kayo? Hindi po, ngayon guys, hindi muna kape ang goal natin for today. Ang
Tagaytay.
goal natin is going
Yagat-yagat.
for Tagaytay at humigop ng sinusunod. Yun po ang goal natin ngayon, bulalon. Yun po ang goal kasi maulan, na hindi rin kami makakain ni Jay after ng season. So yung gagawin namin, papanoorin ko na natin yung Flipster Talon manalo.
Ito na, sa wakas, sobrang stagnant, no?
Oo.
Nung parang 3 to 5 minutes natin,
Wala
wala nagaganap
nangyayari.
sa mapa.
Puro park.
Ito na nga, tatalon yung PH Autosonic Wave with Apple Blast padala. This time, nalagpas, but what a crucial denied. That's a kuya force for you. Pero yung magiging target nila dito, supports are gone. Rolling Thunder, this is gonna be a 3v5. Available pa yung Black Hole, ha? Anytime, GG is thinking about it. Siya yata si Yowie dito, pero 4 stabs. Black Hole. But there's the slow. Nabutan in the Malifest. Dulo si Mika ng Black Hole. Para ma-take down, medyo crucial yun. Kasi tayo sa part na yun, kung ano yun.
Parang pilit na pilit.
Yup.
Down na kayo ng dalawang supports and yun guys, available na Black Hole.
Hindi pa sila tapos ha, papalag pa rin. Buhay naman na yung supports. Ito yung kagandahan for Team Kukuys. And now, Bramble Base ko connecta. May iwan yung Tuskar. Next to fall dito, possible. Sorry, nakulong siya sa Mass Serpent Wards. Pero magiging kapalit nun will be the Dark Willow. Alanganin nga lang Kuya Nico dito is trying his best to run away. Pero makakapita na siya ng Queen of Pain. Yung PH, getting that slow.
Kaya hindi maganda ang nangyayari.
Radiant's
Yes,
middle
napatay
tower
nila yung
is
Scar. Pero still, yung Black Hole na hindi pa rin nga binibitaw rito. Isipin mo, ganun kalakas yung...
The patience na hindi na needed ng Black Hole.
Dito nagbabackfire yung offlane na nag-greedy yung Kukuy sa Night Stalker. Tapos, Armlet,
Radiant
ano siya eh, papuntang core, hindi siya yung utility na offlane eh. And alam mo naman, sa new meta natin, uso po yung mga offlane na nagbibili. Ito nga, Enigma, nag-force stop Crimson eh. Alam niya yung role
Ito
niya.
yung traditional na atake.
Oo. Bakit?
Here.
Nasaan? Nasaan?
Pag nagtagitay kayo, boss, PM nyo ako, sagot ko kayo. Uy! Boss, Mark. Huwag naman ganyan, ha?
Yan ha? So, hindi. Kahit ano mangyari, boss, Mark, tuloy ko man.
Baka siya, yan, sasama siya, pwede naman. I-meet up niya tayo dun.
Doon na mismo makikita sa, ano, no?
Yagat,
Tagpuan. Baka mamaya pagdating natin, kung gusto ni Boss Mark, pagdating natin, kakain na lang, order na.
Wag naman.
Wag naman, diba?
Man.
So, kailangan na to. 20 minutes Tormentor. Co-contest ata dito yung Kukuys. Gabi rin, Jay. So, kailangan nila lumaban. Eh, nakuha ni Tormentor.
Parang
Nakuha
ganito lang din, no? Yung sa Nemesis kanina, guys, kung nanood kayo, against, ano yun, ha? Parang AG stack, sila Barish, sila...
mga bata,
Daya.
Indonesian.
Oo.
Dire structures are
Pwede pa rin naman
fortified.
ma-pull off. Kailangan mag-farm lang dito ni Natsumi. BKB talaga yung kailangan mo rito para at least confident ka na. Night Stalker, Ursa. Pango, okay lang kahit wala muna.
Dagger. May dagger naman natin siya. Pero nakakamali. Ayun na, speaking. Dagger na siya. Kailangan niya dagger.
Chopping in Natsumi. Mass Serpent Ward, susulitin nila para ma-take down yung tower dito.
Radiant's top tower
Pero
is
hindi
under
def
attack.
ni JG.
Hindi siya natatakot, oh. Alam mo
Dahil
eh,
bottom
dinave niyo
tower
ako,
is under
may
attack.
Black Hole ako. Crimson na rin ako. So, kahit anong mangyari, tatagal si JJ
yes.
rito sa...
Not to mention yung snowball nito Scar din.
Kanina, yun yung
Mga annoying, gawa.
So, wala, back to farm lang ulit to pag ganito, Jay.
Boss, wala nang talon sa TI. Nasa close qualifier po sila, guys. And sa mga hindi nakakaalam, ano, wala pong direct invite ang Southeast Asia. Pero dalawa po yung slot natin for TI. Ang talon po sa World Cup sila sure ball.
Invited na.
Invited na po
Dahil
sila.
sa EPT points.
Illusion.
Eh, hindi mo naman matatawag. Uy, hindi mo naman matatawag na...
Congrats ka na, Boss TV, ah.
Oo, pana. All one.
Alright, sila, Boss.
Tawag qualified. Kasi yung ano yan. golds pa din.
Bakit? Qualified na hindi ba?
Radiant are scanning.
Together, Chen.
Naabang kasama ng mga patibong kaso nag-Aurora yung YG ng Missouri. Ba, siya yung possible nasasalo pero kasi pinipin yata ng YG to. This is a night, this is perfect to para makulit dito kaso lang maunahan sila. Yung message, Avalanche the Vampire with a Sonic Wave Snowball, Warlords at Kikitil possible. Sorry kung makakuha ng kill with a chill and touch. Here comes the Warlords, Natsumi. Lalaban na lang siya with BKB and Fresh in Rage. May makukuha bang kill? Here comes the Black Hole by Joselito Gaming. Siya lang ang only Pinoy dito mga sir sa Yangon Galacticos. The rest, kargang-karga niya, no?
Patay pa. Ayun, pinatay na siya sa Shadows.
Nang-amplify damage din kasi yung ano
Oh,
dyan.
pinapay. Din naman din sila sa, no? Pwesto. I don't sila eh. Eh, mag-board sila makinig.
Vampire, right?
Hindi makita.
I know. Vampire, right?
Guys,
What happened, Bella?
Bella.
I know. Vampire, right?
Fallen to the
Ang
dark.
gala.
Wala, sila ito gaming.
Hindi, nagets na kasi nila talaga. One Pinoy.
Yes,
Laki.
enough. Yun na lang, one Pinoy is enough talaga.
Pero dapat testing kaya natin. Ano bang bansa to sila? Yangon?
Hindi Myanmar yan eh.
Hindi, kulay green. Ano to? Nasa dulo na ng dila ko.
Bangladesh?
Hindi Bangladesh.
Laos ba yun?
Hindi rin Laos. Hindi rin Laos. Si Laos, Jackie yun.
Si Jackie.
Ano ang bansa to? Kusang gala.
Yun yung mga sa, ano, Southeast Asia. Myanmar, Indonesia.
Myanmar?
Dyer's bottom
Myanmar,
tower
piling ko
is under
Myanmar yan.
attack.
Hindi Vietnam guys.
Myanmar nga ni... No, Myanmar. No,
Myanmar.
Cambodia?
Hindi, Myanmar.
Myanmar yan.
Myanmar. Na-realize nila, puro tayo na lang mga Myanmar eh. Try natin one Pinoy.
Got it.
Testing. Joselito Gaming, bayad na bayad yung performance niya dito ah. Para alam naman natin yung Dota ng Southeast Asia guys.
Ano naman tayo eh. Hanggang dulo ng tamis, hindi tayo susuko. So, may comeback potential. Kailangan lang nila ng item and magandang position na unahan lang talaga sila kanina.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Key advantage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So ngayon,
Radiant
ATMK na to ah.
structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Moving up. Diba, halos lahat ng players ng
Radiant's
Kukuys
bottom
nasa top
tower
lane.
has fallen.
Lalo naman take ng objective. Ganun din ginagawa ng Yangon ha. Very risky yung team fight. May Aegis na pinangahawakan yung Yangon Galacticos
Dyer's
ngayon.
top tower
And
is
again,
under attack.
pa-cooldown na din yung Black Hole. So easy tier 2 tower lang muna sa bottom.
Ang mahirap dyan, pag nagkabigay-bay pa si Joselito, paano mo napipigilan? Wala namang kayong basher. Yung rolling talaga dapat yung possible or yung crippling fear. Kaso once konti na lang, konting tamis na lang may gaining ko yun.
So matagal pa naman yung BKB. Almost 2k tower lang muna sa bottom.
Naku, sinat.
Basher.
Kailangan niya mga burst. Yung Crimson.
Radiant's courier
Okay, kayo,
has
wala
been
namang kwenta
killed.
yung... May pure swipes yan eh. Wala namang...
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. A path to pain. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Just what I
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Quickly now. Radiant are scanning. Structures are fortified. Dire victory. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Face the light!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Warlock.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Ember Spirit.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Terrorblade.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Faceless Void.
Five seconds remaining.
No, just
That's a
the
strange manner
lesson
of
for
conduct.
you is never try.
В какой же они зоне? В какой же они зоне? Это вообще...
An eternity of embarrassment. Prepare for a lesson.
يلا حبيبي يلا.
Here I come!
No, just no.
يلا حبيبي
Prepare
يلا.
for a lesson. Without a doubt!
30 seconds to battle.
Missing top.
The battle begins.
Yalla habibi, yalla!
Prepare for a lesson. You should rethink things.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I admire your zeal.
Yalla habibi, yalla! Yalla habibi, yalla!
No, 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 no.
Yalla habibi, yalla!
Dina.
Oh, I love the sound of money.
Denied.
Yalla habibi, yalla!
Denied.
Yalla habibi, yalla! Yalla habibi, yalla!
Denied!
Yalla habibi, yalla.
Stupendous! Hear my word.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The wages of fear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
His blade rings true while sharp tongues lie. Got it.
Yalla habibi, yalla.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Told you a storm was coming!
يلا حبيبي يلا.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Chapter in my black grimoire. Huzzah!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just for that, I'm unfiending you.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Did you want that? Zap!
Dire are scanning.
Huzzah!
يلا حبيبي يلا.
Captured in the flame.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That was a burn.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
يلا حبيبي يلا.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
يلا حبيبي يلا.
Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The rune of regeneration.
You always said things would catch up with me. God, I hate that was wrong.
Down. The lesson was.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The wages of fear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
You pay for what you've done.
For how short your lives are, you've done quite well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Roshan has fallen to the dungeon.
Ages of sin.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Are scanning.
Your magic isn't strong enough, Warlock.
يلا حبيبي يلا.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Stupendous!
Is silence.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, you thought you were winning?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire are scanning.
Thanks to you.
gaming's turn to pick.
It's pretty good, I'd say, against Undying, but you can also potentially get Dove, like at some point where they get like level 2 or 3 before you do, and then pushes the lane out and tombstones you. Tiny going. Mid, probably?
Nightfall has shown that he's okay playing it as a carry.
It doesn't really lane with Undying.
Yeah, he'll be going mid. 23 Savage will be playing his Doom into a Beastmaster offlane.
How do we feel about this one, guys?
I think I like Aurora gaming a little bit better here. I feel like I think the Beastmaster Undying, it just looks really strong. I think it's gonna be hard to get good black holes off here. There's just too much stuff around that can mess it up. Too much things that can cancel blink daggers and get the positioning correct. So I think I like Aurora more here.
I like Aurora more as well, but I've also been very impressed by Flipster Talon, even when they don't win the draft, how well they're going to be able to play these drafts, especially if the game goes long. This is the Southeast Asia team we're talking about, and we've seen that the games are pretty much longer, 41 minutes average game time. This is where Talon kind of shines, so hard to say. I would just give slight advantage to Aurora in this one.
If it was game 2, I'd say Flipster Talon, but it's game 1, so I'm gonna have to lean towards Aurora for this one. I'm just a stats-based man.
Pyrian, my most trusted advisor. Which way you feeling?
Well, my liege, I'll be honest with you. I think other than the Storm, they haven't addressed a way to get on top of Nightfall. And I can see him zipping in and just getting blown up by Aurora and everything else while the rest of the team are trying to catch up. So I think that Aurora Gaming have got this one, even putting aside the horrific Game 1 record that Flipster Talon has. Yeah,
has no bearing whatsoever. All right then, lower bracket semi-final, game number 1. It's an elimination series. We'll see which of these teams will be able to progress further as we get into game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
You better pick your hero.
Prepare for battle.
Stared into the abyss.
That wasn't too bright.
You have got the stone. Rock'em sock'em.
Lower bracket finals is upon us. Aurora versus Talon, game 1 of this best of 3. Cinderin is with me, Suns fan. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody's picked Aurora to win this game because Talon's game 1s have been horrific. But something I will say, a nice adjustment, at least that I've seen, Cinderin, is the 23 Savage Doom. He's played it before, but not really in game 1s. This is like a hero that can actually get somewhat active early. It's not like this Morphling that just sits AFK farming. You lose your lanes, you just lose the game.
Yeah.
I like this adjustment for Talon. I give him a better shot.
I feel like, so from the panel's perspective, I'm really with them that Gyro was the obvious and amazing pick in that slot, and I think the reason Talon did not go for it is that would have forced their their Doom to lane against Undying, which is a lane matchup that's horrible. And you've seen WS in this tournament pop off. You don't want to give him that bad of a matchup, so they're actually willing to pass up on the Gyro for that reason, I'm assuming. Because 23 Savage is more than capable of playing a great gyrocopter. It's one of his better heroes, but yeah, at this point, you said they will avoid that said matchup by putting the carry Doom, unless if Aurora were just to swap lanes, potentially. For now, they're starting with Techies and Beastmaster showing up top and Panto on backup here on the high ground, maybe thinking about a first blood. Not gonna get it just yet. And I'm curious to see if he's gonna TP bottom or if they'll actually do some sort of shenanigans. No. All right, so crisis averted in that regard from Talon. They do not have to lane their Doom against Dying. And we're off to the races with standard lanes.
Yeah, and I do like to see WS on Enigma. We've seen the position 5 just be disastrous. As long as they can get to the mid-game, Cinder, without a huge deficit, I feel like this team can really pop off. Of course, Aurora the most recent games
We're
we've been
back mga
casting of
kaibigan.
theirs,
Welcome sa
they've
ating
been
game
a
number
little bit
3,
more
day number
consistent.
1
They've been more
ng
disciplined,
Road to
less
TI
Bowie.
2025 Open
Just wanna put
Qualifiers
that
ng
word out there,
Southeast Asia.
especially on this
Kauna
young
Yangon,
lad, Mr.
bumawi
Kiyotaka.
yung Team Kukuys.
Look,
Ngayon, mandun
a
tayo sa
different
game
person.
number
He looks
3.
like the modern day GPK.
Lumabas yung heroes na last time. Tanong kayo
You went through the recent replays and figured out, oh, it's better to do what?
Better not to die 16 times.
Seems like new GPK is better than old GPK. I'll mimic the new one then, I guess. For me, I know we've been harping on this a lot, but honestly, the biggest question mark for me here is, are Talon going to play well in Game 1? I don't even really care that much about the drafts, because in the games that Talon have lost as Game 1 of the day, I don't really think they've been brutally outpicked in those games, but they just got run over, as if they needed to wake up, and bottom line needs to wake up right now.
Alright, Nightfall, first blood for Aurora.
Can they break that curse? We saw the stats from Brian. Stats don't lie. They had 3 games in this group stage 2 where Game 1 for Talon just goes terribly wrong, and then they bounce back in a big way in Game 2. Which, the good news is, if this game is to go wrong for Talon, they've clearly already shown that they're able to bounce back in series. So I'm not really worried for them if they lose the first game, even if it's very one-sided. I just think it would be very healthy to see them do well at the start of the day.
At what point does it get into your head as a player that you're not performing particularly well in Game 1?
I just don't know how much they've noticed.
Don't think so?
I'm not sure how much think about it.
Panto, he's getting gone on. This looks to be a kill going the way of Talon.
Enigma's Shaman is a very strong lane. You have so much damage during Shaman's disables with all the Eidolons. If Nightfall doesn't have LSA to slow down those Eidolons as they go in and remove that damage, you can easily kill Undying with this title lane.
Should mention mid lane, Makoto is dominating right now. 20-4 versus the 14 against Kiyotaka. So really good start in the mid lane for Talon. And Tombstone placed, and that means Talon going to have to exit as fast as they can. The LSA did hit for Joka. The Innate's going to proc eventually here, but Panto should be able to run him down, and indeed that is the case. Fallen Company, they get the Lotus as well, and an additional LSA to WS, so dying a little bit earlier. Now stuck on very low HP. I mean, this lane is just disgusting for Aurora.
It's a cool lane to watch in general. I think this the Undying Lina is incredibly powerful, but Shaman and Enigma actually have counterplay, as we've already seen. Would definitely overall favor the Undying Lina lane. I think it's just a difficult lane to beat in Dota right now in general. Talon have clearly thought about this and found an approach that is at the very least going to give their offlaner game. Like, imagine if this lane was Shaman Doom. I think they would be run over. So they've given themselves more of a fighting chance with these Eidolons.
Parang magte-take ka ba ng Void sa game na to? May Dawnbreaker
Destroyed
na.
by Nightfall. That is the big concern here. They get LSA, they all just die to LSA, Dragon Slave, and a couple of attacks.
And this carry Lina has been pretty successful in this tournament so far. Like the range carry has really catapulted itself in general. I mean, what melee carry? Like Ursa's been pretty successful. There's a handful, but it does feel like it's majority ranged.
The best range carries we've seen in terms of success have been Ursa and Doom, right? Melee. Yeah. I don't know what else really comes to mind.
We have a Nightmare on Tamira, getting chased a bit, but 23 is getting a tad low, and the blast off actually hits him, but Mira does die first, so at the very least 23 Savage gets some XP advantage, but has to go back to base, and now Kuku getting chased down by Toronto Tokyo with plenty of resources to work with. Will be an eventual double kill for him.
He's gonna get a really fast come with the Dominator. It's 400 gold away minute 5.
One of the scariest heroes in the early game if he gets off to a good start, for sure. So yesterday we were casting and Techies was picking. Like, I don't really know why they picked it. Any idea now, Cinder? What do you like or dislike about it?
I think the thing Misery was talking about is a really big part of this hero. I'm looking for mainly 2 things. I'm looking for, do you have good heroes to burst together with Blast Off? And the enemy team remove remote lines. At the time they picked this, there was nothing that was good against the mines. Now you have Eidolons, which is at least something, but... and then of course we have the niche moments where Reactive Taser is good, like teams pick this as a counterpick to Elder Titan lane, for example. but
So,
the vast
tanggalan
majority,
talaga
I
to,
would
no?
say,
Wala
is
ka
a
ng
consideration of
safe
whether
haven
Blast
dito.
Off is good.
Sa Open
But I
Qualifiers,
just have some
gusto mo
players
na
that
ba,
really like this hero and make it work.
kuha ang
They've probably
redemption,
scrimmed and
so
had
dito
success.
ka lang.
Yeah,
Nasa
6-minute
kanila
power
naman
route,
yung
it's
momentum,
bottom, so this is going to
Kukuys.
turn into a good old-fashioned fight here. Toss up, blast off
Pares
actually
lang
hits
naman
both
naging
heroes, so
one-sided yung
Kuku
game
will likely be the
na
first to fall, gets his
game
nightmare
one.
off. Makoto is level 6 now.
Lumaban
Be
ng
able to
konti
zip and
little bit yung
should ensure the
Yangon,
runes for
pero
himself at the very
nakuha
least. And you can see the CS
Tutusin
advantage
niya,
still.
pangalawang na
Snowballing
early.
a bit in
Diba,
Makoto's favor.
nag-mess up lang sila sa map.
See what they can do with this damage
Ano,
rune.
yung nakwento. Kasi nagkamali after nun.
Yun talaga.
This is probably Talon's best
talaga
first 7 minutes in the morning game.
Big time mess up.
They look fine.
This seems manageable. I know that's kind of crazy to say. You're 1K down. It's not great, but it's also not terrible. It's just a feeling that this game they're enabling their cores. Like everybody will, as it looks, be able to have a game as long as you protect your wisdom, which is about to come up in 20 seconds. So I think overall, Talon should be feeling pretty comfortable. But what the panel said about Aurora's matchup in this game in general with the draft, my main concern for Talon here is if they don't activate Makoto correctly, if he has a couple of deaths or whatever, it's pretty greedy to run Doom Enigma, surely, right? Like that is, it takes time. So as long as the early game is all right and you stay afloat, it's fine. But gotta be careful in the next 10 minutes to not let Aurora walk all over you when their heroes come online. Beastmaster with Dom, you get Tiny Blink, and then Relina is more than capable of contributing to early fights.
Alam mong may tao.
I think Doom can contribute to early fights.
He can.
There's like a morphling that we've been seeing so much of.
For sure, but it's not one of those games where 23 Savage can just pop Scorched Earth and run into 4 heroes, right? He's just gonna get roared or burst by Lina Tying and die. And the Undying matchup is terrible for Doom. I stand by that. Hero hates Tombstone. He can't destroy it. He struggles with being attacked by the
Possible,
zombies.
and Zorin, yung pwedeng ma-first blood, gagtampalin mo lang.
Okay, it's probably
Para sa
Undying
upunan
will be
ng
shackled under the tier 1.
talo niyo mababanggit ko lagi. Team Kukuys and of course, mawa ng ating first blood.
He's gonna get zipped on, gets the LSA off, but he is in a 5 versus 1 as Makoto takes him out. Nice pick off for Talon.
Yeah, that's really good. They were destined to lose this top tower no matter what. So turning this into a trade plus 2 kills doesn't get much better than that.
Like,
Didn't even have to use
alam
a
mo
big
yun,
spell.
overextend.
Black hole.
Ganun na lang, magkaroon ng magandang
23
black
Savage
hole
didn't have to
etong
rotate
si
for this, so he will be
Enigma.
slightly underleveled
Sa ngayon
against the
kasi
Beastmaster.
talagang,
It was
alam
almost
mo yun,
level
simple
7.
lang si gagawin,
Savage
tatalon si
about to
ano,
crack
time.
6.
Uy, era. Inumpisahan nila dito.
Immediately say
Pwede
mission.
na.
Okay, pwede na. Support man ang napapatay natin dito. For Flipster Talon, napakalaking bagay na niya at this point.
Daliin nila sa Vision. May wardings nila, no?
Oo.
Tapos gamitin nila. May chance naman na maghiwalay pa ito eh. Like, di na, pwede mag-short ng lanes, tapos mahuli nila.
Yes. Sobrang greedy naman, Midas Radiance. Boss, pwede naman niya kasing ibenta after gamitin ng Midas.
Ako, boss ko.
Kaso boss ko, mawawala ba? Nakapag-nightmare, but again, it's enough para mapatay si boss ko dyan.
5k network lead.
Stacks of rally.
Hindi sila nagbabasa. Ang lockdown ng live, refresh.
Saan ba? Sa Facebook?
Facebook ba? Guys, refresh or baka magano tayo dyan, guys. And then sila direct dyan.
Sticking around though. Kiyotaka.
Baka mag-relive tayo dyan, guys, ha?
Kasi ano din eh, action pack din yung series natin dito, mga chong, no? Pagpaubayan na natin yung mga technicalities sa mga technical directions. Sila na pala. Kaya na nila.
Baka nasa dulo lang ang tapos.
Dapat lang.
Pero for Miko, for Kiyota, going siya sa sa Eco Saber. So pwedeng mag-backfire to na hindi siya na BKB. Like alam mo yung Tiny, mamatay kayo sa 2 beses. Parang ang hirap na mag-scale yung hero na yan eh. Pero sa nangyayari kasi ngayon, James, no? Parang masisave siya eh. Like Undying.
How important Black Hole is in this game compared to
meron silang Undying dito, heal, may mecha.
It does feel like Aurora is going to be used
May
first.
goal sila.
Like Aurora has to use it pretty much, right? Where you can kind of
Sa ibang may babatay, like Beastmaster.
So you mean you can play Blink BKB, wait for him to
may
roar
enter pa
someone
next
else, and then
later,
go.
okay.
It's possible, but at the
Tapos
same time, if
Roshan.
Toronto Tokyo is wary of
tier
that
2.
fact, he can reserve the roar and they can
Mahirap
initiate with
yan,
Tiny
boso,
instead.
Pero di nila tuloy.
Because if you're
natin
trading off
kaya
the
pa eh.
Beastmaster and Enigma both hiding
pipe, yes.
away from the fight, Beastmaster at least can
Nagulat
contribute
ako
with
sa
his summoned
Aurora.
units,
Gusto
so he
nila
still
pumatay
has
kaysa sa tier 2
he
sa
will still
baba.
have impact,
Mas
whereas if
gusto
Enigma
nilang
has
ibaon
to
yung
hide away,
Flipster
he does
Talon.
nothing. So you get more value out of your
Sila
network.
madali niyan. Yo, come with the dagger. Thunderstoy. Laguna blade immediately. Foul play.
WS, I really like it. You could make a case
Okay
that
lang,
comes in
sinabasag
because of
yung baba.
Beastmaster
Gulat nga ako sa
as well as
decision ng
Lena's
ano.
right click,
Nakareact
but
pa
I
yung
think this
Flipster.
one
Oo,
is more
Pero pwede pa
inherent
yata
value
nila
against
ituloy.
the
Kasi
burst.
nandito
You wanna
si
make sure you
Master.
use the
Ayun,
Viper
kampante sila,
combo
boss.
plus Laguna Blade.
Is under attack.
Ay, nakita na yung
Aware na sila
They're
ngayon.
on board with this.
Hindi
Now,
wala pang dagger
if he
yung
goes
Beastmaster.
pipe, I'm not sure you should also get
Pero,
Crimson. I
hindi
think
sila
you get
pwedeng
one or the
dumaan sa
other, and then you start
gates.
planning for the later portion of the game.
Merong tinanim doon na
But effectively,
edges.
this pipe does it helps you bridge the gap when the game gets scary. When Aurora would essentially just run at your tier 2 towers
Ayan, mauna
at 15-20
nila.
minutes.
Pataas na una nga dito sa may Tormentor.
Magulo. At least gumugulo yung Aurora dito.
Then much more of a fighting
Masyado
chance.
silang...
Wait lang. Lumaban pa dito. Pipe usage. There's the Nightmare for Tiny. LSA for Doom. Si Nightfall naman medyo low. Kaso lang, boss ko. Brain Sap nandiyan na. Roar para dito kay Doom. Makakatakas naman nata karamihan sa atin. Boss ko, TP sa safety. TP din dito si Storm. I mean...
Hinayaan nila sa Savage.
Hayaan na nga eh. Pati si Enigma, boss.
Mukhang madadamay rin sila doon. I think madadamay rin. Good decision na yan. Less ano na lang casualty.
Less casualty.
Nadadamay po si Enigma.
Overlord, yep.
Ito eh. Like low HP kasi sila Gabe. Galing sila Tormentor.
Oo, understandable.
Oh. Ano magagawa nila dyan? Like, Mikoto, Tatalon, natin ang damage eh. Kasi ang damage pa.
Hindi ko rin yung boss ko, no?
May
Aegis kasi. Oo. Mas pinili nila dito. Mas pinili nila mag-conserve ng ultis.
Nahuli pa talaga.
The map play changes quite a
Ito pa.
bit.
Mahirap, and dito nga makakakuha ng buwelo yung Aurora to destroy tier 2 towers.
Nagkano sila lito? Well, pag gano'n kasi mga mabilis ang sitwasyon, ang hirap mag... Kung laban o bawi. Pero yun, napag-decide naman sila. Baka call pa niya ano yun.
Ni Savage. Kasi harap na harap na siya eh.
Iwan na ako.
Bayani.
The classic Doom.
Bayani para dito sa Flipster Talon. Able Lens for Shadow Shaman despite help.
Ito na yan, boss. Wala na yung play. Yung big ultis nila, dito na yan.
Yeah.
Pepeyo.
Especially at the high level, they're always going to go for the min-max, which
Pero
will
mga bossing,
inevitably just
Phantom
be
Men,
dismal,
ang
right? And then if
nakikita
you
dito
lower the
ng
numbers to match,
Flipster
it's not good.
Talon. Nope.
Yep. It's really,
Nakatakbo
really hard to
agad
dodge,
yung Undying.
What other
Actually,
hero?
Lina,
Like
yung
Gyrocopters
ages niya in
I find
5
interesting.
seconds.
It's
Storm
not fast
can
with the
just
innate,
jump.
you can take apart
3,
any
2,
item. That's
1. Good shackles. The time is right. Flipster Talon might take this one. And good thing, yun pa yung nakita nila.
Oh, may na-doom.
May na-doom. Who's that? That's Undying.
It's kind of giving away some movement.
Buhay pa.
Favorite na buhay pa nga.
Mikoto will break the smoke.
Okay na yun, boss. Kawain Lina.
Walking into Aurora.
23 Savage gets evaporated.
Let's go.
Gusto ko yun. Kumbaga, buti na lang di si Undying yung nasilip nila,
That
no?
is very bad news for Talon.
I think he genuinely might not have looked at his hero at that time, which is a lot of the time the correct form, because you want to see if there's targets to jump. But there was literally a Beastmaster just on top of him, roared him and killed him. He did no counterplay in that situation, so that's really not what you were looking for as Aurora, losing your two biggest cores.
Yep, and they smoked to try to find some more, it seems.
Yeah, they can also contest the Wisdom Shrine here, potentially. That's what Aurora maybe are hoping for, but not going for the full-on play onto it. So I think WS will get away with getting this one. And they're looping back in again.
Looking for Kukuy, maybe? Avalanche. Off back. Big zip from Mikoto. They don't have to worry about Roar for the time being. Kukuy is certainly dead as WS goes for the first black hole of the game. It's on Kiyotaka. Looks like they'll have enough damage, surely. And Mikoto has plenty of mana to finish the job. He'll do just that, but now has to use the rest to just exit as WS takes a blast off to the back. Double kill for Toronto, Tokyo. 3 for 1. Wisdom Shrine's still here. So
oh yeah, they never got it. Well, Mikoto will get it.
He will.
Fortunately, he's alive to take it. There's a silver lining there that Talon didn't lose that. In addition, that was a very successful sequence for Aurora.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
When you add up all the numbers, that was a 5 for 1 when you consider the 2 kills they got prior to making the smoke. And obviously what even facilitated this to begin with was that they found those 2 kills in the top half.
Yeah.
And now in the second one, they didn't even have Roar. So they still have that if they wanted to go for another play right now. Seems like they'll be happy to just chill a little bit. Got a lot of value out of their fresh items. And by extension are up by about 3,000 gold right now. And now Nightfall should just be pulling ahead of everyone, and he should continue to grow at a faster rate than the Doom. I think Doom with level 4 Devour and Midas, probably, maybe you tie with Lina in farming speed, as crazy as that sounds. But this hero is top tier for a reason. When she's a carry, farms ludicrously quickly.
Still looking for the first Doom of the game, I believe. As Panto shows himself. There it will be used.
What a prediction.
A kill is a kill.
He's back immediately.
Yep, back immediately thanks to that innate.
I would love to see a smoke here from Aurora if they have an invasive play to make. You just got Doom expended on your 5 Undying.
Well, Serpent Wards are placed, but Kiyotaka there for the control. Jokum will not be able to get a trade, and now it's just going to be easy farm for Toronto Tokyo. Going to eat up those Serpent Wards. He is 7-0, just taken over this game as the Beastmaster.
If this top move is successful as well, they might just get Roche. Kuku is already dead.
In a blade. And into the pit they go. 23 Savage still showing on lane, though. Kiyotaka, he's very fast. He's got haste. The TP is going to be successful. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo already gets Roche to half HP. 23 Savage is close to being able to purchase the Radiance. And by close, I mean he has it now. Sold the Midas, of course.
Yep. Standard. He has not queued it up again, though. Now he has. Riveting. Alright. Roche is dead. Who gets the Aegis? It'll be Nightfall. There was merit to giving this to Toronto Tokyo, perhaps. We've seen Beastmaster sometimes being the priority for Aegis, especially when they have this good of an early game with 7-0. Obviously, keeping you alive is... It's not just that you're such a strong hero and get value out of the Aegis. It's also if a fight breaks out and the enemy team doesn't kill you, you're worth a lot of gold.
Yeah, for sure. But Alan will find techies.
We'll find a small kill. Got a decent control of this area right now on the side of Talon, but unfortunately with Roche dead, you can't really retain control here and then think about a 20-minute Roche on the bottom half. He's already gone. And the next objective that's spawning, guess where that is? That's right, it's top. So Talon kind of can only get the mid-tier 1 here. Oh, they can also lose Kuku another
he's going to take all the burst in the world. He does get off the Nightmare, but dies shortly after as Toronto Tokyo. They say, all right, let's get my 8th kill of the game. No big deal.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
Which is in his 6th death here on Kuku.
I mean, this is a point where Talon, if in the next fight, they just have to go all in on this Beastmaster. Worth a lot of gold, especially since he didn't take the Aegis that we discussed.
He's starting to be really tough to kill, though. 2,300 health. He has got Cloak, Essence Ring, Lotus, and Wand. You have to effectively get through 3,000 HP here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Talon just don't have that much damage right now. They really need to get to later portions in the game before their lineup truly starts to hurt. Mira with a cute attempt here, but not gonna find Joachim Shadow Shaman.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think we didn't really talk about this so far, but you and I both have been very impressed by Joachim this tournament.
Oh yeah.
I think the archetype hero he has looked the best on is not Shadow Shaman.
No.
I think he has been looking best on the melee force, where he makes rotations and has successful early pressure. In this, where you're playing on the back foot in a losing lane.
Was Tusk banned this game?
I'm not sure, but I think perhaps Talon just wanted to grab the Bane because Panto has looked so good on it, so it's a bit of a steal, but they already had Undying. And the problem here is, I think Talon's Kuku's best hero this tournament has been Shadow Shaman. So if you're picking Bane and Shaman, you're pushing Joachim onto a lower impact hero for himself, and then Kuku is also not playing his best hero. So I personally kind of question this logic. Oh, he's dead. Yeah.
He will die again.
Not much to do there. That's not to say that Joachim doesn't play a good Shaman, because he does, but you know, this is top 4.
Yeah, but his Tusk has looked better than any Tusk in this tournament so far. Yeah. So
Definitely think when you're here, this is when tournaments get really interesting when you get to the top 4 because the teams know each other. You're probably, you know, you're aware of the Tusk, you're aware of other heroes Joachim plays, and you're trying to force him perhaps onto slightly less comfortable heroes or heroes that you deem as being lower impact in the games that they have them. And at the same time, Talon will, of course, it's a mind game through and through.
Nice,
yeah, I was not expecting them to be able to get this one, so this is very good news for them.
Scanned up, so this could get pretty hairy after the fact. Taka with a big avalanche toss, the pipe to mitigate a lot of it. Joachim was the one to get the shard as Nightfall applying some pressure. 23 Savage wants to use that Doom. He's going to get roared though, and looks like that's the sacrifice that Talon will make.
They kind of just
everybody gets out though. Never mind. WS, so second core will fall.
Luna Blade, definitely not needed. Not on the same page, right? 23 Savage just ran into all of them and everybody else backed out, but it kind of looked like he wanted to fight, not, all right, guys, I'm going to die so you guys can get out, because, I don't know, let's see here. So Mikoto's off on the side, Kuku just low on resources. But you can tell he could have kited off to the north and maybe got some backup, but not enough from the tank.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This, all in all, turns out to be a relatively even trade because at least you got the Tormentor. It's not all that bad because that Tormentor for me kind of had Aurora written all over it. Taking that away as a 3,000 gold swing, and
they do get the tier
even
2
more
though
actually.
Now.
Not too bad.
Greaves are now online for Panto.
Who got the shard? Shaman.
Joachim, yeah.
I think it's that valuable.
No. I mean, it's solid, but yeah, it's not, I don't think it's going to change the game.
Yeah.
Where they see that for a lot of other shards. I mean, even the Bane one, over time, it can change the game, but not outright immediately.
The Undying one would have been amazing for Aurora.
Yeah.
I think this is an incredible game for Tomb, as we call it now.
No, we do not.
Grab ally.
And to the black hole and whatnot.
Black hole, Bane Grip. Common initiation. I talk about a crazy shard.
Shackle. Oh, and the Aegis runs out. This is beautiful timing from Talon.
Perfect.
Nightfall dead. Great assassination as you're the Doom going off.
Yeah.
That's on the Undying. Half HP at the moment. Do they have the catch?
It's fine.
They'll take the tier 1 instead.
That's a really well executed move from Talon, though. Timing that to perfection against the Aegis expiry.
Radiant's middle tower
and also getting the tier 1 to boot, so definitely not bad. The Doom left something to be desired. Would have probably liked to follow through on Panto, but he's stupid tanky on Undying. In Flesh Golem, 2200 health. Greaves. Tough kill. Lina kills the biggest on the map, though, so I think Talon are going to be quite satisfied. And as the panel talked about for Talon in a lot of their games, it's just about get to that mid-late game situation that you play the best. And you're 6k down. It's not great.
It's manageable.
But it's manageable. And in most of the games we've cast with this team, game 1 of the day, game was over now.
That's right. 23 minutes. That's the average time probably.
Vast improvement for their side for this game. And if that means they're going to be better by the same relative amount in game 2 and 3, they got this on lock.
True.
Because the game 2s and 3s, especially game 2s, have been really good. Whereas that's unlikely that you would be that much better in the second game than usual, because there hasn't been very much room for improvement there. We'll see.
Onto Tokyo, still deathless, 8-0.
Yep.
Going for the assault now.
Or Blink is both queued up. I kind of think I want to see the dagger first.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Both are good.
Dire's bottom
Taking the pressure on the tower. They know there's no Doom.
Yep, and it's the last outer tower on the map.
Talon don't really care about this tower.
Dire's bottom tower.
He did go Pipe and Crimson on Enigma. So.
Yeah.
Means no PKB for the foreseeable future. No Blink. Oh, Ato's catch. Mira.
Blast off. Does hit. Makoto is fine.
TPs are too long. And Kuku will also escape. Lean disengage.
Well, 30 seconds away from kind of knowing when Roche will spawn. Having a general idea. Kiyotaka goes for the Echo Saber build again, like we talked about yesterday. Not a big fan of the utility.
I don't think we've seen him buy it a single time, right? He doesn't go the Yule's build with Octarine. He always...
It does feel like everybody else does, though, when they're mid on Tiny, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, he's going to get the BKB, and then we're probably going to see him go into Evidence Brooch. I think it's been his general third item, or fourth item, if you will, after Echo Blink BKB. Don't see any reason not to do that here as well. Maybe make a case for Daedalus, considering the relatively low armor values of the enemy team. Higher armor they have, mathematically, the better Revenant's Brooch compares to Daedalus. The cost...
Should have BKB before the next Roche spawns.
Yeah. What's the spawn timing at? About a minute. On the clock.
Unreadable clock.
As an avid clock enjoyer myself, I must say this looks like a minute.
Yes, indubitably. Damage rune available.
Excellent.
He's
development of time.
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Makoto will obtain the...
I feel like the later this game goes, Talon are going to be pretty damn happy. They have crazy-ass late game.
They haven't itemized for it yet, though, on Enigma.
No.
So that we're talking very late. But they can get there. Absolutely.
Enigma does farm pretty fast. I mean, he's bottom net worth right now for the cores, but...
By about 3,000, but he does farm really fast, yes?
Usually does. Come on, WS. Kick it in the high gear, bro.
Yeah, what's going on, brother? All right, what's he going to take? Get a neutral item option here? I guess...
Jitty Pollen Bag was buffed.
It was.
Really cool icon, too.
What if it takes Tumbler's Toy and then skips Blink?
Yep, that's good.
All right, Whispers of the
Smoke
Dread.
from Aurora. And the techies' minds can be a bit of a nuisance. He's going for the greedy boy build, huh? Looks like Talon are going to smoke as well. They have an idea that the Roche may be contested here.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be a really big fight.
Talon need to get on top of Nightfall in this fight. I think Lina has already hit the critical mass point where if she's not accounted for, she will win the fight most of the time. So you want to either jump her with the carry Doom or you want to get Storm on top.
Techies. The bombs are exploding, gives them information. Nightfall, he pops the BKB really early. Laguna as well, and now Talon can just regroup. Although the Avatos comes, a nice grip from the other side, and the Doom to follow. This Tiny is certainly dead. As a big zip onto Toronto, Tokyo. They get the one they wanted, though. And now Panto stuck in a horrible spot as the pipe is popped from Toronto, Tokyo and company. Big blast off onto the Bane, but there's the black hole onto two heroes. They don't have a huge amount of follow-up damage, but Nightfall, no more BKB, so he will drop. They have the control for Toronto, Tokyo as well. 3 for 1 for Talon. They're going to get a fourth on top of that, which means Roche is likely theirs as well. That BKB, the early one from Nightfall, kind of spelling the doom for them in this fight, no pun intended.
Yeah. I actually don't know what the intention was there, because if he wants to kill...
that's quite the reaction.
If he wants to kill the Doom when he runs up the high ground, start with LSA, right? He broke the smoke. Could go for the stun. If he pumps BKB and you don't hit the LSA, so be it. Then you go to Doom BKB. Instead, you Laguna, you pop BKB everything, and you just get nothing out of it.
Yeah.
And ironically, Nightfall would have been better off BKB TPing out than getting this atrocious fight. That felt super forced when they went in with Kiyotaka after just completely disconnected.
The one time Nightfall doesn't Nightfall.
I don't know if there was just a misunderstanding internally that he was thinking, all right, Tiny's going to immediately Avatos the Doom, so he just wanted to output all the damage he could and then follow through on Avatos with the Light Strike Array, but that did not work out. And for Talon, conversely, that was pretty much the best thing you could have possibly hoped for. 4 kills, you get the Roche, and you found a great black hole without any of the items for it yet.
Yeah,
so
it's only going to get easier for WS to get off good black holes in the future. That was I'm going to walk up and just black hole.
Yeah, this was a pivotal fight for the potential outcome of this game for Talon.
Oh, Kukuys.
Yeah. Grip in 5 seconds. He can Nightmare first.
Yeah, Makoto's here as well. Kiyotaka. There's the zip. Oh, hold off on... Yeah, he's waiting for the BKB TP. No, won't bother. BKB does come out though, as 23 Savage making his way over as well. And Kiyotaka will fall, so another giant kill for Talon as they take the lead in terms of net worth.
But they're in a very comfortable spot now. And let's remember, when this does go later, their lineup has a lot of potential against the carry Lina, courtesy of a Storm, courtesy of a Doom carry. Any of these heroes get on top of Nightfall, his fight could just be ruined.
Yeah.
You want to Doom Nightfall every fight until the game ends, if you're able to. Hero deals very poorly with getting doomed. In late game situations, Carolina depends heavily on Satanic. That will be a non-factor. So I think for the side of Aurora, there's just I just think there's incredible intrinsic value in having Shard on Undying. I think if he doesn't get it from this tournament, he should buy it.
Careful, yeah. Careful there. 23 Savage, okay.
He'll
He
get
comes in,
here.
kills off Panto.
Wait, Kuku died to mines. All right, so
okay.
1-for-1 trade as expected.
Interesting.
In that situation.
So now the grab ally ready to go.
Nope, it went on the techies.
Well, he did buy it.
Ready to go.
They have 3 shards on the side of Aurora. And Talon only the one on the Shadow Shaman.
Kuku is always such a good sport when things go wrong for him in the games. I think this is really...
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a good reaction like that to dying to Techie's mines.
I think it's really admirable and really good for a team environment to have a player that can just laugh stuff off.
Oh, for sure.
Instead of it becoming all tense and you being stressed out and frustrated with mistakes.
Yeah, imagine if Nightfall was more like that. They'd probably win TI every year.
Wow. EKB and laugh it off near Nightfall.
It's always serious mode, you know? You're right, you need a jokester on the team.
I genuinely believe it's really good for the environment of every competitive team to have at least one clown. I'm not saying Kuku is a clown. At least, you know, a good vibes guy.
Yeah.
I remember playing, for example, with Yapzor. The guy's just a goofball. Yeah. I just think it's really good for spirits in wins and losses to have someone that's just comedic relief. You know, to keep the morale.
For every Yapzor, there's a Kabop, though, Cinderin.
Oh, yeah. Well, I need to remember that right now. All right.
Hands off keyboard. Makoto showing himself in the mid lane. Has the Aegis for another minute 45. Still, all the tier 2s for Aurora are up. And in terms of building hitting, outside the Serpent Wards, Talon just do not have much. It's more about getting team wipes with these big team fight ultimates and then pushing off the back of that momentum. Makoto with the shield rune. Kiyotaka will be his target. BKB pop though. Nice avalanche as well. Makoto not scared with that second life. Totoki waiting in the back lane. He's going to get the roar onto 23 Savage. The blast off is coming as well. LSA and the Laguna. Jokum and company are going to have to watch their carry Doom die. And now the rest will try to exit. Looks like the Aegis is going to get burned as well.
He's going to have to BKB too. And they toss him first.
It's off the BKB. Can zip away. A nice kill for Aurora.
Yeah, they find some structure. The Beastmaster Blink finally comes into play. Getting that jump on the Doom and being able to 100 to 0 him. No saves nearby for the Dire. No defensive Nightmare. The Glimmer Cape came in from Jokum, but it was too little too late. Now with a minute on the sideline for Doom, perhaps they think about this, but you still got to be careful. Within the Talon base.
Oh, they find a Hex Initiation onto the Undying, though, getting extremely low, but the Glimmer and Force keep him alive. And a lot of mana expended from Makoto. Tries to exit the premises. Glimmer upon him. He's going to be able to walk away. Unfortunately for Talon, Jokum can't stay the same. So 2 dead. 23 Savage, still another 30 seconds to come back.
Just in there. He blinked straight into the enemy base, hoping to
He's going to get gripped very far away. Toronto Tokyo fakes out his roar, so another big ultimate down for Talon, and they're going to start losing these buildings fast. That's going to be at least 1 lane.
It's got to be at least 2, right? Unless you find a Dream Black Hole. You don't have Fiend Script now. Cooper kind of just threw that away.
I thought it was just going to be a casual Nightmare, but went for the grip.
Oh, they're going to not go for more than this. All right. I thought they were going to get it.
We talked about the discipline, Cinderin.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm
playing it very safe.
I don't blame them. I I feel
Sounds like you are.
I feel like the tower was safe. I don't think going for the barracks was...
Why do you hate them so much?
Yeah, very biased.
So biased.
Yeah, that's right. Why do you hate every region equally?
That's just being a dick.
Yeah,
for being honest. And there we're seeing a blink now for Panto, so the grab ally is going to be a lot easier to execute.
Yep. I think Panto's primary job in this game is to save whoever gets doomed. I think you just stand behind. It's not very intuitive for Undying to play that way because you really want to place
Look at the animation
on initiation, but I'm sure this is normal.
Yeah. Why does this cosmetic have death profit? That's what I want to know. Why is she just chilling there? That's great.
This reminds me of a certain someone from Cannibal Island, actually.
Yeah, true. You just need a chair.
Yeah, it just needs a little office chair and then slightly ambiguous accent. Then you're good to go.
Yes, really, really high quality voice acting.
Thank you very much.
So Aurora in pretty good position, but Talon have these huge ults. I just can't get away from their team fight being pretty crazy if well executed.
Yeah, all my eyes are just all my eyes, all two of them.
Well, that's still correct. All your eyes.
My eyes are on Panto for the side of Aurora. Getting a tombstone save. You're going to be playing backline instead a lot of the time now. The dream fight for him is somebody gets doomed, you blink tombstone, and then you pop flesh golem, and you become the target.
Yeah,
nothing better can happen. And I think Talon should be aware of this and try to play around it, either by targeting the Undying first, or perhaps if you make an initiation, you jump someone with Doom, you want to make sure you have the Serpent Wards immediately placed to destroy the tombstone, because otherwise you're getting way too much value out of the save. It's the only tool they have to kill the tombstone with. None of their heroes are good at killing it. You can't expend a Doom BKB to just stand there and smack the tombstone, then you're going to lose the fight for sure. So
yeah.
Quite a lot of pressure here on the side of Talon to execute it correctly, but we have seen them already in this game find that fight.
Roach is coming for Kiyotaka. Onto Tokyo. 4K into a Lincoln Sphere. And same for Nightfall. So they're going to go double Lincolns.
And same for Tiny.
Triple Lincolns.
Triple Lincolns,
okay,
yeah.
so
deal with the Doom, deal with the Bane to an extent.
Yeah,
Shaman.
Funnily enough, 23 Savage. Lincoln's next on the list.
Yeah.
Enigma, though, Mr. WS, it will be the BKB.
Yeah.
He needs both at some point. The question is, what does Makoto want to go? Has Shiva's SNK Witchblade BKB.
I think you should finish probably Parasma here. It's either Parasma or Axe, right? You'd think so.
Why do people not go for earlier Ags on this hero? It just looks so insane. Like, I'm not talking first item this hero, third item Ags. Like, why is that not consistent? You don't have enough mana to...
Yeah, I think part of it is mana economy, but the other thing is also, if you think about the stage of the game that you're in when you would buy that axe isn't necessarily going to be this wombo combo high ground defense play or whatever that you're going to find. If it's more skirmishy in nature, think of it this way. Every fight that the enemy team is not stacked, the axe does nothing, right? The other items do something in every scenario. Shivas will help you with solo pickoffs, it'll help you with farming, it'll help you with skirmishing. BKB enables your hero to function in different types of fights.
So Tokyo, the opening, a nice nightmare, but the damage is still coming from 22 seconds. He does get off the Doom at the last moment onto Nightfall. The right click's not quite enough. The Essence Root's actually saving him with the greens as well. WX, Crimson Guard applied at the moment. The fight has actually been completely separated as they do find there's the grab ally onto Lina. They're trying to chew through the Tombstone. They do, and eventually get Nightfall as well. So 1-for-1, the Enigma for the Lina. It's the Bane will fall as well. Talon do have double buyback, and the Black Hole is still up. But Aurora, they even continue without their Lina.
That was really cool to see. That was genuinely the exact fight I was envisioning, right? They get in, they get the Doom on the Lina. Lina gets saved by Tombstone, and they Serpent Ward it instantly. Jokem on top of the assignment. If they kill that Tombstone 3 seconds slower, perhaps Lina gets to play that fight a little bit coming out. But absolutely no shot for Nightfall to get anything done. It's still a 2-for-1, though, for Aurora. As, yeah, killing the Lina is a heavy commitment, and it was Aurora opening on the Doom. Good defensive play from the Bane gives 23 a fighting chance. As you said, Roche is on the menu here. 30 seconds on Lina, 5 on 4, but your lineup doesn't kill it very fast on the Dire, so I don't even think you can threaten it. Without Serpent Wards...
I mean, they still have Doom, they still have Black Hole. They can definitely take this fight.
They can take a fight, but they're not going to be able to kill Roche in 20 seconds, surely.
No. You have to go for the fight first, then...
And it also has to cross the river, so even worse.
Unfortunately for Aurora, Aurora didn't set up the mines in the river to kill off Roche.
Plant an entire mine trail and kill him outside the pit.
What if he could pick up the mines and throw them?
An awesome idea. I think Roche should be able to pick up everything.
BKB for WS. So the only thing that can cancel his Black Hole is Roar, which has usually been used on 23 Savage and, of course, Makoto. 7K lead for Aurora, but this feels very even right now. Just the one lane advantage. Yeah, the Dooms are going to be very difficult to get off now with the triple Lincolns on Aurora.
I don't even think it's bad to Doom Undying at this point, but you might have to.
I mean, he has Harpoon, right? So Harpoon into Black Hole, or into Doom.
Yeah. Okay, so in order of preference, I think if you see the Lina, you blink Halberd Alter. Or, excuse me, blink Harpoon Alter. And if the fight is already developing and you don't see her and you feel the need to, just make sure you get the Doom out at the very least.
Yeah.
But
and if she BKBs, I mean, Harpoon still works, right? I mean, it doesn't do anything other than pop Lincoln.
Yeah, it still should pop the Lincolns.
That's probably something that's a bit weird. Probably one of the reasons we haven't seen a lot of Lincolns up to this point, as the smokes are about to collide into the triangle. Talon are exiting. Aurora just missed them.
This could be a really good wraparound if they find WS.
Yeah, 23 Savage. Right off the bat. Nightmare Save coming, but the Black Hole comes out onto 3 heroes. Very nice damage to fall as well. The pipe in addition, Toronto Tokyo. He's going to drop first, along with Nightfall. This fight for Talon going extremely well. They get the shackle onto Kiyotaka as well. Triple kill for 23 Savage, despite being the one they initiated on.
That is...
As Kuku wants to die to mines again. Careful.
Such a clean counter initiation from WS. It's one thing to find a Black Hole, but it's how quickly he does it here. So pay attention. So the Roar, he immediately backs off to the side, pops all his auras. This was like 1.5 second window that he got everything off, plus finds a great 2-man Black Hole that effectively kind of works as a 3-man because Kiyotaka can't access the fight and gets zoned off. When he comes in afterwards to try to help, it's too little too late. Just beautiful stuff from the side of Talon.
I mean, it's exactly what I was saying earlier. They use Roar, Black Hole's free.
Yeah, I just don't think you can Roar Doom this game anymore. I feel like it's a recipe for disaster. Especially because the way your heroes deal damage, if you're going to Roar him, he has 4,000 HP, you have to commit your heroes in closely. You need to bring in the Beastmaster in proximity, the Tiny. If the Lina is not playing from max range, she could even get caught, as was the case there. Talon playing like it's game number 3 and game number 1.
Yep, that's right.
Very healthy development for them.
Techies.
Should be an easy follow through here.
Kuku with the Nightmare to bring him in. Panto looking...
Never mind.
Gets the Reeves off.
Guess he didn't have enough mana on Makoto to chase through.
So will be a freebie, and now WS with a second Black Hole. Most of us only get one. Very lucky man. Lucky man. Of course, the Aegis onto Makoto again. Arguably the best Aegis carrier in the game. Has the Nullifier, which I don't think you mentioned, unless I wasn't listening.
That's true. I did not mention that. Get lucky this
A
time.
Lincoln's Breaker. Takes off the Yules, of course. Any skill-related one?
I guess it dispels reactive taser, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Which
and
it
it
does
is
have
the
the shard
shard,
for.
actually.
Dire are scanning.
Vents the Pike of Lina. Decent utility. He just wants the safety that when he jumps to target, he's able to kill them off. And I think we've effectively now reached the point for Talon where this game is definitely favoring them in spite of being down the lane of barracks. That lane matters less and less as we progress in the game. 45 minutes in is kind of whatever to be down the lane. I think it's kind of marginal how much it matters. Rather the fact that you now have Enigma online. Storm is getting 6 slotted in level 25, about to come Panto. F is still in here.
Oh yeah, easy kill.
That's the 25 from Mikoto. So Overload attack bounce unlocked. 23 Savage is level 27 on Doom. So starting to progress even further. Curious to see if he ends up picking up an Ancient on level 28 with Devour, if he wants the health, or if he still wants to prioritize the Wolfpack Aura. I think he will keep this one.
Yeah, he does have Assault.
But there is obviously value to getting the Granite Golem as well. Probably better to just hold on to it.
This will either be 23 Savage or Kuku getting a shard. It will be Kuku.
Yep.
So AoE Brain Sap, and that aligns with his Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, that's a really big item to get.
Blast Off is AoE, so that could be very good against the Fiend's Grip Ags. LSA is too small. Avalanche is obviously the best.
Yeah. It's just, what are the odds if you get off a group Fiend's Grip that techies will be able to find the stun, recognize it immediately, and hit all 3?
Yeah.
I think if this grip goes off, it's going to stay. This is huge for the side of Talon. He can break the Lincoln himself. You know, it's pretty easy for Bane. Enfeeble, one of the longest cast range abilities in the entire game. Single target. It goes through BKB in terms of breaking the Lincoln, so not too hard. Get it off.
Now Aurora, the ones waiting in the base, and of course they do have a Techies, which makes it a bit weird.
Oh yeah, this could be a great late game Techies versus Enigma. We do love it.
Oh, and there's an Aghanim Scepter for Makoto. We talked about it. The Electric Vortex Baby Black Hole. Now they do have Triple Hole, I guess.
Yeah. One of them blue, 2 of them black. That's the way you like your coffee.
God, no.
What would blue coffee be?
Blueberry, maybe?
Blueberry coffee.
Yeah.
Interesting. You're onto something.
Either that or a detergent.
Yeah,
Detergent
very,
flavored.
very, very dominant flavor in the United States right now. Of course, people are hungering for...
Yeah, that would explain the IQ loss, as the tier 2 tower, Makoto will be able to grab that one. So only one more outer tower left for Aurora. And in this next minute, like, are you trying to force the issue if you're Talon? No. Honestly, you have map control, but you know that Aurora are going to leave the base once that Aegis is down.
Also know that there will be 1,000 mines. It's a famous song by Vanessa Carlton.
Are scanning.
Savage showing himself pretty close to the base for Aurora. Kiyotaka, we've seen the tossbacks before.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Eidolon's really good at blowing up these mines as well.
Unless they die fast enough. To the tower.
Well, they're going to put the Roche banner down, so it looks like they do want to pressure a bit. Serpent Ward's placed. 40 seconds on the Aegis. Talon, if they actually want to get ultra aggressive or just it's more poke.
Top tower
Like the Roche banner is a somewhat big commitment. Zip, Nightfall. Doesn't use BKB this time. He's learned his lesson. Electric Vortex to start things out. Makoto pops the Shivas. Nope, not biting. Jumps in, he gets the Doom for 23 Savage. There's the grab ally, though. They're going to go through the Tombstone eventually, but this is a dead Lina. The Black Hole comes out, but finally, the counteracting Toronto, Tokyo, Primal Aurora on top of him. Kiyotaka will die on the other side. That's a double buyback for Aurora, and now WS and company trying to exit. Enigma does drop. A nice TP cancellation from Kiyotaka, so he'll pick up 2 kills on the Aurora side. Definitely not a good trade, though. 2 buybacks expended for Aurora.
And that might have been a game-ending fight if WS had enough mana, but the classic problem with Refresher Enigma did not have enough in the tank. He popped the Refresher, he swapped in the cheese bomb, he wasn't ready.
So he'll pick up 2 kills on the Aurora side.
The second Black Hole with his Refresh.
From Kiyotaka, so he'll pick up 2 kills on the Aurora side.
As you said, though,
Definitely
it's
not a
good
good trade,
result.
though. 2 buybacks expended for Aurora.
And that might have been a game-ending fight if WS had enough mana, but the classic problem with Refresher Enigma did not have enough in the tank. He popped the Refresher, he swapped in the cheese bomb, he wasn't ready. And you just crashed so many ways of doing it. Find him with a grip, you get followed.
Not a good trade,
In that
though.
instance, you saw 23
2
Savage very
buybacks expended
determined
for
with that
Aurora.
initiation. And that might have been a game-ending fight if WS had enough mana. Classic Enigma with Refresher Enigma did not have enough to take off the refresher to Tiny again.
Buyback number 1, and Aurora actually backing away. So being able to hold on this buyback on the Enigma is huge for Talon.
It's a good disengage, though. I think if they force the issue there, they lose the game. It's so hard for Aurora to avoid Lina getting doomed in this game in the current state.
Does it work if you put Lincolns on her and she has Lincolns herself? Does it?
Then she has 2, right?
Does it actually work that way still?
I think you cannot stack 2 cast on a target, but you can stack one on top of one that has it themselves. Let's say 2 of them had Lincolns and they can't both put it on the same other hero.
So she can have double Lincolns.
I believe that's still the case. This item isn't very popular. We don't really see
And I
this
remember
very
they
often,
kind of changed. I think you used to be able to stack more than 2. I don't know if they got rid of that entirely, like the stacking in general, or if it's just 2 now.
Well, you would be unable to stack more than 2 because the only way you could currently have 2 is if you have one and you give one to that.
To me, that's still stacking.
Right,
But I understand what you're saying.
The limit is 2.
Yeah.
In that case. But the only way to get it is that you hold it yourself, one of the 2. And we'll see if they do it. Should work as far as I'm concerned, but I could be wrong about that. Like I said, Lincoln's not the most popular item anymore. But against Doom, Kiyotaka, stay awake, bro. It's an important game, buddy. Probably a bit more of a stress yawn than tired one, I would imagine. But some of these players do go to bed late. I can relate to that as a night owl myself, and so can you.
Is that a thing? Stress yawn?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. By a lot of... If you look at players' camera shots during drafts of important games, a lot of the time people will be yawning.
Yeah, because they just woke up. You know?
Yeah, it's 7 p.m. in the night before an important game. They just woke up.
Yes. How degenerate do you think these players are? They're very much so. You're one of them, Cinderin. Big smoke from Talon. 23 Savage. Link over the tech keys, so won't find a connection here.
It's nothing time. No Torm, no Roche. Roche is up in, give or take, a minute 20 seconds.
Okay, very good.
Oh, probably a minute 10, actually. I take it back.
It's interesting he still had... Okay, he puts the refresher back in his inventory.
Yeah. But that is true. Now that he doesn't have a slot for the harpoon, he can't break the Lincolns himself as easily. Oh, well, he can't... Wait. Don't tell me this new neutral item... Oh, it wouldn't work. That would not make sense. That breaks Lincolns.
What up?
Have we tested, actually, the new neutral items if they break Lincolns? Because I think
you think I sit in the server and test that? No, that's Fog.
I don't know why.
Fog is the only one that does that.
I don't know why I asked. I'm so sorry.
You don't do that either.
No, I'm trying to think if there's any new neutral item that would actually have the ability to break Lincolns at all. Looking over them,
like unit target.
Yeah,
the crippling blow.
I think crippling crossbow.
Crippling blow. Yeah.
Crippling crossbow doesn't. I think. Because you remember there were these neutral items that were kept, like tier 2 neutrals that people would play with at 45 minutes because they broke Lincolns. Yeah. And then they got removed, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think anything...
But finding something to break Lincolns is not hard.
No, you just...
Because it goes through BKB, right? That's the issue. That's what makes it kind of...
Right. But 23 Savage is running into that slot problem where right now he has to swap in and out his harpoon and refresher to break the Lincolns. Mm-hmm. Or he would have to drop Sanjin Yasha or Travels, which feels really bad.
And what do you think about not being able to use items on a BKB target?
What do you think about a dead Beastmaster?
Yeah, that's a big one. Wow.
Easy catch. They dropped Doom on him
they
as well.
They wanted Lincolns and they easily took him at 90 seconds. Does have buyback here, but Roche is up for Talon.
That's a very valuable find. There's no way Aurora fight this without Toronto Tokyo, so I think they just concede the Roche. That is a great pick.
Talon in very good position right now.
Surprised they aren't beelining it for Roche right now. They'll go now, but it seemed too pressing of an issue for them. In we go.
A refresher for Makoto, so he's got the double electric vortex hole.
Yep.
Electric hole. So a freebie Roche. And that means WS will get a refresher shard again. Did he change his build at all? Did he have Lincoln's last fight? I don't think so. So that should be enough mana now, right?
Yeah, and it's roar protection, which is really valuable. You saw in the fight in the enemy base that he got roared after he black holed. Now with that extra layer has a decent chance of getting it off. That was simultaneous Ags buys. That was very satisfying. A rare sight. Tiny with Ags.
Huh.
See that every day. The tree volley.
Yeah, that's a high ground defense tactic.
It's good at top. It's really bad at mid. So, unless they buy a lot of branches, of course. But he put Mira on branch duty. Just plant trees everywhere for Kiyotaka to throw non-stop.
But they only last 15 seconds, right?
Or maybe give him the mango tree back and plant that.
What about the money tree?
Oh yeah, yes.
Throw those.
Can't wait for that to make a big splash. Completely irrelevant, of course.
Talon biding their time. They have all the resources to take big fights. But of course, we talked about they don't have a great pushing team until the heroes are dead. But from the roster.
They can keep playing map control and gain 1,000 GPM if they want.
Yeah, they might have to. I mean, these techies' minds are... It's not like you can dive the base. You're expecting this.
Well, the banner is a pretty important item this game, actually.
Yeah, it does feel like they kind of wasted it the last time around. This is a double siege wave.
I've been wanting.
Will be dealt with. Through Savage. I think they're going in here.
Thank God this is new techies.
Yeah, this would be... Okay, they do use Roshan's banner. Makoto zips in, zips out. They get the tier 3. Now the Serpent Wards and Siege doing a decent amount of work to the melee barracks. Makoto, he actually forces out the BKB from Nightfall. This is the Nullifier as well. They're going to trade BKBs essentially. Is that actually it?
I'm not sure if Nightfall had to be that stressed on the BKB there. He was double Lincolned, and then they
melee.
double Lincolned him again.
Radiant's top barracks.
Really trying to protect their Lina as much as they can, but if that Vortex is enough to scare him to pop BKB, Lincoln's layer is not as important.
The Serpent Wards and Siege with the combination of Roche's banner.
Yeah, mission accomplished.
That's
They're going to
essentially a lane.
Got it.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
All right. Well, if they get one lane per banner, then another 20 minutes should do it.
Yeah, with the banner, kind of the MVP. He makes it from Makoto on top of Kiyotaka to get the AoE Doom as well, but it's reflected. I think the fight may just end as a result of that Lotus.
Dire's bottom
With only a minute 48 left on the Aegis. I mean, pretty much aligns perfectly with the next Doom, but probably too close for comfort. We might just be waiting for another Roche here and the tier 5s to come. Pretty epic game number 1 for Talon. We'll change of pace.
It's epic because it went past minute 30.
And they are in control right now.
Gonna find Mira.
Yep, already at half HP, applies the Lotus as the Avatar's on the other side. Kiyotaka looking for the defense. Is he going to be able to get the Laguna Blade onto 23 Saturday? He's taking a lot of damage. Will attempt to TP out in the midst of the BKB. Is out. Toronto took it too slow on the Roar as Makoto expends all his mana to get to the other side of the river. Kiyotaka continuing to pursue. No. We'll pop the Lotus as Makoto. It's a hell of a lot of mana now. And now Kiyotaka getting a bit closer to that Divine, which with Tree Volley is pretty good. Doesn't have a Daedalus, he has the Brooch instead. Oh, I would think that's less damage.
You absolutely just replaced the Echo for Rapier, right?
The Echo does, I mean, it does proc off the Tree Volley. Yeah, I don't know if you care about that.
Just
but
the slow, right? It's kind of whatever.
It's pretty expensive to consume the Ags. Aurora looking to hunt.
5v4, but plenty of spells where that came from for Talon. Only one Doom, but they have 2 black holes.
Not seen a black hole in quite a while.
But this is a good timing. Aegis expires in 10 seconds.
Tanking the gank. Kiyotaka actually blinks over him. And Jokum, is he actually fine here?
Value
he has a Shadow Blade,
baby.
That's pretty sick. And now the Aegis is gone.
And he still has the Tumbler's toys as tier 4 neutral.
Oh my god, dude. It's hilarious.
The little horsey action. He has the...
Oh, and it's
unleashed.
Yeah, it is unleashed.
So it's a 390 horsey.
All right, we're about to hit tier 5s here.
Roar.
Who is going for Helm of the Undying?
Undying.
It's the most Lincolns I've seen in a game in years.
Here we have total 1, 2, 3,
5.
4. I'm counting 4, 5.
Oh, very good.
I clicked wrong.
EU math today?
No, that's good. I think we should be celebrating you rather than making fun of me when it comes to counting.
Okay.
You getting it right is a lot more impressive.
So say something.
Dire are
What?
scanning.
Say, congratulations, you counted to 5. That's even worse, actually. All right, Kiyotaka will help take out the Torme, Toronto, Tokyo with the shard. Is that the double...
Upgraded Call of the Wilds.
Yeah.
Second Hawk and longer duration. Not really important, minute 60. Yes. At 23 Savage eclipses $50,000 of net worth.
Has the refresher in his backpack again, so not really expecting to take a fight here.
Of course, lest we forget, Doom was nerfed this patch. Got less HP regen in lane. And Reddit said, wow, this hero is terrible. It's already bad. It has bad win rate. Why do they nerf it again?
Like how Panto just made a tier 4 neutral.
What?
He just made that. Now he's going to get a tier 5.
Okay. Interesting. There we go. Now we can get to craft.
All right, let's see what we got.
I think, wait, why can't he craft? This says 10 out of 10.
That's weird.
Valve usually makes rounding errors.
All right. Tiny, I mean, the Stygian, I mean, Divine Regalia. We're seeing a lot of people take this, and it has not... I mean, it's hard to say if it's looked good or not because they've just died right away.
Helm of the Undying on Lina is big, though.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Because he is the target, and he can do so much damage in 5 seconds if he dies. If he kills one hero with the Laguna plus all his physical burst, he gets to live another 5 seconds.
Yeah. 23 Savage goes for the same.
Yep.
And Divine Regalia onto Makoto.
Undying has Helm of the Undying. Very fitting.
So 3 Helm of the... I was right about one item, at least.
Yeah, that's right. You said Helm of the Undying would be good. You said Self-Exile would be bad.
Yeah, so 50-50.
Yeah, pretty good for your track record.
Oh, Books of the Dead. So Books of the Dead, we talked about this being nerfed. It's not great for pushing, but against the Mind,
it's really good against
pretty
techies.
Damn good.
Yeah, get rid of all that garbage.
But Techies doesn't take damage from killing it, right? There's still a tier 2 here. I didn't even realize that. Aurora smoked up. Will show themselves. 3 Savage blinks in to nothing as the Divine Rapier now picked up by Nightfall. He is the kill. He's going to get initiated on right off the bat. Pops the BKB. Gets to half HP already. That's a self-grab ally, I believe. And it's Nightfall. He's going to get doomed. He's going to go down. Helm of the Undying is keeping him alive, though. They need to stay close to be able to pick up that. It's a big black hole onto 3. Instantly canceled by the Roar, though. The Doom now applied to the Techies. Makoto finishing off Toronto, Tokyo. It's going to take out Kiyotaka as well. Divine Rapier on the deck. Who can pick it up for Talon? Make it 3 dead for Aurora as the buyback came out from Nightfall. They have 2 more buybacks to work with, but the Divine Rapier lost. And of course, the Divine Regalia useless as usual. As 23 Savage was still alive with the Helm of the Undying because of how many people died around him.
And in classic pro player fashion, he makes sure to use Devour. On the way to the base.
Very important min-maxing.
Rapier on the deck is being pinged out. Nobody's picked it up yet.
Yeah,
WS is
crazy.
He's like, I'm Enigma, and will not pick it up.
Yeah, Makoto, he's going to be pushing with these double Books of the Dead. That is a second lane for Talon.
Trying to recover the Rapier here. Not going to happen.
Yeah, good attempt.
Nice
Courier's
coverage.
dead.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Who wants this, though? It would be picked up by Enigma, so can turn it into the spell version.
I guess so.
I guess Pipe is not crazy anymore.
He hasn't toggled it yet. There's no way you forget to toggle it, right?
Well, there's a way by not doing it.
Okay. Well, he wants to push, maybe.
Yeah, he does provide a decent amount of attack damage now, I suppose. The zip in onto the Undying. The grip from afar. Helm of the Undying activates on Undying, not confusing at all. And Kiyotaka jumped in. He bought back into this. Instantly gripped, though. By the shackle, already at half HP. Pops the BKB, gets the toss, but Makoto be just fine.
Black
WS
Ball's ready.
Yes, it is. Uses the refresher shard. We're just going to wait for their Doom to come back. 23 Savage, only 12 seconds away. And he will have one Doom. 60 seconds left for the refresher. Tombstone placed ahead of time. Serpent Ward's doing a lot of work again. Now the Books of the Dead coming in as well. It's Kiyotaka with the tree volley.
Radiant's middle tower.
Doesn't do too much at the moment. A lot of spam. The barracks now no longer protected by the tower as they're putting everything with the grab ally on top of Lina. Jumps out again. Nightfall. The Doom was actually reflected there, but the black hole comes in onto 3. That might just do it. Nightfall trying to lift back to base, but he's gonna die. Electric Vortex onto 3, 2 of which are dead heroes thanks to the Helm of the Undying. GG's come out, and Talon, barn burner of game number 1, and they finally take game 1 in one series, it feels like, in this tournament.
And in classic Talon fashion too, right? We go super late. They have their incredible late game lineups and good composure, really.
sa mga equally here.
Light sense, which adjusts contrast and brightness based on how much ambient light the display detects in the room. You can also tailor settings to your own preferences, should you so choose. So whether you want one of the fastest displays around or to dive into esports, the X25 can get you there.
Guys, welcome sa Vortex PC Mods. Today, mag-build tayo ng isang mid-range gaming PC. Kung may concern kayo about sa PC video, DM us at Vortex PC Mods FB page. May sasagot sa inyo ron sa mga equally here.
Predator X25 is the next evolution in esports displays, made for fast-paced, non-stop gameplay. This is all made possible with the next-gen 360Hz dual-driver IPS panel. These panels deliver top-tier refresh rates, so you can see on-screen movement immediately, all while maintaining accurate color fidelity, even while revving up to 360Hz. Now, to make sure that your gameplay stays as fluid as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync is a great solution. G-Sync Esports mode, though, is even better. This mode reduces latency in-game by turning off variable backlight, increases black levels via dark boost, and fine-tunes gamma levels. One of the newest tools that the X25 offers is NVIDIA's Reflex Latency Analyzer, which lets you measure exactly how long it takes for mouse clicks to register on screen. By accurately measuring the amount of latency between the mouse, PC, and the display itself, you can refine, reduce, and clear out the competition. The X25 also includes several eye care focused technologies that reduce eye strain, such as color sense and light sense, which adjust contrast and brightness based on how much ambient light the display detects in the room. You can also tailor settings to your own preferences, should you so choose. So whether you want one of the fastest displays around or to dive into esports, the X25 can get you there.
guys? Welcome sa Vortex PC Mods. Today, mag-build tayo ng isang mid-range gaming PC. Kung may concern kayo about sa PC build nyo, DM us at Vortex PC Mods FB page. May sasagot sa inyo ron sa mga inquiries nyo.
Ngayon lang tayo lumabas.
Aray ko.
Aray ko. Ano na to?
Aray ko. Ano nangyari? So, Flipster Talon, Marcy, plus Lina sila. So, nakakuha na nga sila dito ng substitute, no, sa Taskar.
Okay.
So, Marcy nga yung napili nila. Pero for Aurora, kumuha sila ng Centaur.
Ganto
Mirana, Naga. Kulang sa damage to
Ang Aurora.
Oo. Naman yung hero nila.
WNP nakalusot.
NP binigay na rin. Ito na ba to?
Teka lang, assess ko lang yung drop kasi nabigla ako eh. Ayun, BB.
So, Bristleback.
Bristleback still adjustable.
Yup. Unlike the drop. Most fun yan. Number 1. Kala ko magtitimber nga eh. Ganda sana, no? Pero may... Ano kaya pipik dito ng Aurora? Ursa, open. For Nightfall.
Elis.
Tornaga. Si Tormirana na to, no? So, Storm. So, pwede nang mag-linamid to, boss.
Oo, okay lang din sa
linamid.
linamid.
Mo na yan. Tapos Savage ko ano lang ng Ursa Waray.
Ganda yun.
No?
Ang ganda yun, basta.
So mag-Ursa Waray dyan.
Pero baka last pick na naman si WS eh.
Tapos Bristleback ano?
Carry.
Pwede. Tapos Enigma ulit. Enigma Marcy.
Okay lang naman.
Possible pick nga yun ng Flipster, pero Draw Ranger lang binandito. Draw Naga, no?
Site din eh.
Wala ko for Aurora kung bibigay pa rin nila yung
Dire team ban.
may chance, no?
Flipster Talon starting things off in this lower bracket semifinal.
Ang kagandahan ko sa last pick
because they
tayo.
are up 1-0 against Aurora Gaming.
Sila ng
And
Medusa.
actually, in the meanwhile, Brian was on the quest to find more information about our supposed hypothetical between Wraith King and Helm of the Undying. What'd you find out?
Yes, Detective BSJ on the case here. I discovered that Wraith King Ags is second priority to Helm of the Undying. If I die next to Wraith King, the Helm of the Undying will go off first. And at the end of the Helm of the Dying duration, depending on how many kills you get, if you are then within range of Wraith King, you will get the Wraith King Ags afterwards. But the big caveat is, if your Helm of the Undying was on cooldown when you died, you'll go into Wraith form. But if you refresh it or somehow get the cooldown back of the Helm of the Undying, you will not get the Helm of the Undying buff from the Wraith King buff. So, long story short, Dota, inconsistent mechanics, totally makes sense. And I'm sure you guys will need that knowledge in your future pubs sometime.
Well, Detective BSJ, you're off the case.
Thank you.
Hand in your gun and your badge.
Too powerful. Which is how Flipster Talon were in this game number 1. Now, as I had mentioned before, whenever these two teams faced off in Group Stage 2, it was a full 3-game series, but Aurora had won their very first 80-minute game. So, Aurora are capable of taking things late, but they probably need the right heroes to do it. And Lacoste, you had mentioned that time and time again, whenever you see Lina be the only damage dealer, you're generally discouraged by her in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, they had the opportunity to kind of take this game, but they needed to close it out relatively early before, as Misery said, these two supports, they kind of become relatively useless. But overall, I feel like Lina, she just doesn't deal enough, especially with this type of an item build. I want to see something that is paired up with Lina that deals quite a lot of damage as well, not just her being the sole damage of the team. And also Toronto Tokyo, we got to point out that he had a great game. He was like 8-0 and 5 at one point. They were putting a lot of pressure at that time. Supports from Talon couldn't really do much. So this Beastmaster offlane definitely works, but kind of falls off when we're talking about dealing the damage at the later stages of the game compared to the previous Beastmaster with the Aghanim Scepter.
We'll see if that makes a re-emergence in game number 2, but right now it's seems like things are already a little bit different as we take a look at our draft. Aurora banning out the Templar Assassin, the Kunkka, and the Slark. Flipster Talon, they ban out their own Doom, although they were not first pick this time, as well as banning out the Willow, the Magnus, and the Ancient Apparition. And Aurora start out with a first pick Naga Siren.
I'm curious to see how Aurora Gaming chooses to adapt to Talon, because I feel like the approach of going with Techies and Dying Beastmaster is maybe not the best against Talon. You have to play very clean, at least to close the game out, because they're so good at splitting, they're so good at choosing the fights correctly. But this Naga pick tells me that perhaps they're interested in going a bit more late, maybe some Naga combos, like pushing out the lanes, get the song going. Late game is always going to be very strong, right? So maybe that's something that they have been talking about, how we need to have supports that scale. Maybe every hero needs to scale, right, against Talon. So yeah, curious to see what they're cooking with this Naga. And then we have the Talon just going with their Lina. I think their Lina might be a bit stronger just because Mikoto on Lina is some god mode level things.
Agreed.
So I would like to see Mikoto just playing Lina this game. I didn't like it as much on 23 when he's played it. We'll see.
Do you think another option, if you're playing against Talon, a team that we know is going to go for late game stuff, is to just pick a team that wins early and pushes super hard and close the game out?
That's what we almost saw, right?
It didn't work.
Because they had this really strong timings. I think it did work, but I think they made bad choices in terms of the fights. There was not just going on the Doom. There was fights earlier, like the top one where Lina BKB'd.
Right.
Tiny jumped in deep. That was actually the real game determiner, I think, that one. And then I think also the item builds of going for all these Lincoln Spheres. I think there are better choices, buying more damage so that you can actually kill the targets that you're going on, right? We saw the Doom survive through, like, I don't know if it was 20 plus Lina right clicks, right? That shouldn't happen. So I think there are some things that they could have done differently, but they might have not won the game still, just because Talon are so good at dragging on the game and delaying and taking the fights correctly.
How much of that is remnants of how the tiebreaker went for Aurora? Because, Brian, I know that you had mentioned that Aurora were playing some of the safest Dota that we had ever seen, and they won as a result of it. So if they maybe took the wrong lesson away from that tiebreaker and was like, oh, if we play safe, then maybe we can win more games of Dota. But there is a such thing as playing too safe.
Yeah, I feel like watching Nightfall play Ursa yesterday was just a very different story to me in regards to the way this guy looks in the game. I resonate with Nightfall a lot with the way he likes to itemize, being a bit overly defensive, prioritizing how do I survive these fights rather than in games like that last one. You're against Doom, you're against Enigma, you're against Shadow Shaman. This is like every carry. I could have 12 slots and I could still die to these heroes in terms of defensiveness. And when I look at Nightfall, I would love to see him on a Sven or an Ursa this game. This melee guy that gets up in the face of the Lina will win the man fight and inevitably scale that way, because I think those heroes' innate aggression kind of counterbalances his, I feel like, instinctual defensive item builds.
Sometimes the best defense is a strong offense. And Flipster Talon are definitely starting off their first two picks with some high offense. Marcy is their first pick of the second phase.
This is the hero we didn't talk about when we were talking about pairings for Lina. Potentially from the safe lane, Boxy showed a really great performances on this hero, bailing V-Tune multiple times, if you remember that game when he was playing Luna. This is something that Lina, I would say, need. These type of heroes, Tusk, who can... This is also a setup for them, but also just the damage as well. It feels quite a lot. Sometimes Lina needs that extra bit of a kick, as we've seen, especially with the item build that they were going for. So I assume Aurora will pick up one more position, one more support here, and then this still opens up potential Enigma coming out for them, which I would definitely... Well, maybe not now that Centaur's picked. Just disregard that, but... I feel like WS on Centaur also look godly. It's also a hero that builds into two auras. We haven't seen many heroes do that. Maybe we saw Rise of Pango from the offlane that kind of does the same. This is something that Ace did, going for Crimson and Pipe, but Centaur does give that relatively earlier.
We actually saw Enigma last game go for both Pipe and Crimson, which was actually very good for the teamfights that they won. I think that was a very smart choice instead of trying to get those black holes early game, because that's where it's impossible to black hole. I say that, and then he walks in and get a 4-man black hole top lane, right?
Yeah.
But still, it should be hard, right? Against Techies, against Undying, Tombstone, Beastmaster summons and stuff like this. So that was, I think that was a very key reason why they also won that last game, is his item choices. I think they were very good. But yeah, Aurora also just not really jumping the gun on their core picks here, just going for the stable Centaur. The Mirana is interesting with the Naga, right? It's a classic combo as well. Always has the potential to scale into late game as well with the 5-second arrow potential there.
Yeah, and Mira's shown familiarity on the hero. They beat Yakult Brothers with it as well. Talon, on the other hand, this is their first time running the Marseille, so there is still room for them to expand their hero repertoire.
The Talon 2 heroes right now have a lot of flexibility. I could see Mikoto playing Lina, whereas Joachim goes on Marcy, but actually it could be Kuku, Marcy, and 23. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be Joachim, Marcy, and Kuku, Nature's Prophet now. Nature's Prophet did get nerfed just now, though. And I think that was one of the more significant nerfs in the B patch. I think it was 1200 range.
No, 900 for his heal, is that it?
Yeah, down to 900, and then his ult base damage also got nerfed slightly, I believe.
By 10, yes.
Yeah. Still good hero, though. Still does the same stuff as it always, like the teleportation is just innate, a good ability. Always has the potential to have high impact.
I'm a little worried about this support duo from Aurora Gaming. Again, these two supports are not really scaling in terms of damage. Like Mirana can be very hit or miss type of a hero. I think it's not about the damage that they picked here. It's more about we want to use this Moonlight Shadow, go for the pickoffs, maybe try to find this Lina. And if Marcy's not around, there's not going to be a save. But they also have like still no big setup for Naga Sleep. Like there's literally nothing. Maybe later there's going to be Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit, but crazy.
Yeah.
Did you see Io getting picked up here by Flipster Talon? Goes well with Bristle, goes well with Marcy.
Well, who would go mid
and then
in that case?
Put Lina mid and...
Oh, Io, Marcy, safe lane.
Nah,
yeah.
I think it could work, but I think it's unlikely here. I think they're gonna use their ultimate last pick to pick either a hero from Mikoto or 23 Savage. Or even WS, because I think Bristleback could potentially also be the carry, right?
Yeah.
So some
Kiritich
who was playing
yesterday.
played yesterday. So when he plays it to that, extent and show how it works, I'm sure 23 is looking at that and saying I can play that too. So I think their last pick is actually very flexible here. Could be all three roles potentially, depending on what Aurora Gaming ends up doing.
10 seconds.
I would love. Oh, go ahead.
That's okay. You can go.
I would love to know why Flipster Talon stopped playing Lina mid. Like they were the team that I felt like picked Lina mid. Or picked Lina first in this tournament when the new patch came out, and they were only playing it mid. And the last few times they've played a carry, and I just love Mikoto on this hero. And I also think that Lina carry has been lacking a bit in the. If you are against a pipe, then your mid game is really awkward because even though Lina's a right clicker, it's all Maelstrom. You're using Laguna as well. You are, I'd say, like 60 to 70% magic damage still at that portion of the game. And every game we've been seeing, like you see this pipe Crimson come out, and when you have Lina plus Tiny, even though, or like any other normal mid, right? You just lack the physical damage, and then you compare it to something like the Ursas that I've been very convinced by, even when they don't have good lanes. Nightfall had a bad lane yesterday on Ursa and ended up 18-1 and 15 or something like this. So I would love to see that swap up to Lina mid, and also I want to see once again Nightfall on this melee guy like the Ursa, perhaps like the Slark, something.
I think also one thing that Lina should do this game in comparison to the last game is buy that Silver Edge.
True.
Third or fourth item, like get it online pretty quick against heroes like Storm and Centaur. It's really nice to have, so that you have a way of not showing in the fight.
Positioning.
Like I think that was a big mistake by Nightfall last game, in my opinion, to not go for that Silver Edge. He kept getting jumped by the Storm and the Doom over and over, right? Like I think it's I think that's important this game as well. Weaver, okay.
They don't have the best lockdown on Flipster Talon, so you can just run about and do Weaver things, I guess.
Bloodseeker hero, maybe not with that draft.
Give us the Ursa, man. This hero, how is it going unrecognized in these drafts? Is it losing in scrims? It's been owning in this tournament.
I thought they might go for something with more control, because right now this Weaver and Storm are going to cause a lot of issues. If there was no Naga Siren, this would be kind of godly Faceless Void type of a game, because he ruins both of these heroes. It's just that Naga Siren pre-BKB is going to counter all of your Chronospheres, which makes it very difficult to play.
That's true. They don't have. I mean, at this point, do you even go for a hero like that, right? You just maybe you're committed to playing the map on Flipster Talon, low cooldown based Dota.
Maybe you can also play something like Nas in the off lane here.
Work.
Catch that Weaver Arena.
There you go.
Okay.
But that's even low that they did. They bought even more so into the the low cooldown aspect. What's the longest cooldown on Flipster Talon? Is it Nature's Prophet ulti? Pretty much. None of these heroes operate. Even the heroes that do have cooldowns, the Laguna, the Prophet ulti, they don't actually require these spells in order to participate in the game. So one team's got the teamfight wombo, the other team's got the pickoff.
Ted, turn. It's your boy.
Be unbiased, Ted. I know you're excited to see the axe.
Oh, this could go either way. You never know. Maybe it's not a good axe game. I don't know.
Perfect answer. Now be biased.
They cannot lose. They cannot lose. This hero does not lose.
Mikotolina doesn't lose.
Mikotolina also doesn't lose.
But mainly, Axe doesn't lose.
5 seconds.
How about the other heroes on the board? How about Aurora's heroes, Lacoste? What you feeling?
Not too much team fights. They're very good at getting pickoffs, but there's also not that much team fight on side of Flipster Talon. I don't know. I kind of like Mikotolina, undefeated yet. Axe sitting at 75% win rate as well. This hero has proven to be like super strong, even though he didn't receive like any kind of relevant buffs in the previous or patch before that. But yeah, I believe in this hero. Big believer.
I think the biggest buff to Axe is that most of the carries are ranged heroes right now, and the S&Y stash resistance keeps getting nerfed, so this whole Blade Mail blink timing is really potent, and Jokim and WS have had lanes where I'm like, on paper, they're going to lose them, and then they somehow even go even or perhaps win it, and that was my only concern for this Axe pick, so I'm all in on the Axe. Here.
All right, then. Seems
Neil,
like
just one last thing. I'm calling them Aurora. They're on the next flight out of here. Woo!
We didn't catch that.
There was a great paper airplane.
there was a paper airplane.
Beautifully crafted. Instead, we'll listen to some beautiful tunes from our band. Ladies and gentlemen, the PogChamp Pandas.
You're in deep now.
You deserve nothing.
You have learned nothing.
Oh, now I feel better. Now I feel better.
Hell yeah! Game 2 between Talon and Aurora, and Talon's lineup has Pyrian and myself very excited. Cinderin, the Axe, everybody's favorite hero to watch and play. Usually doesn't get to see the spotlight in pro gameplay. We have only had 4 games in this tournament. Has a good record though, 3-1. They have a Marcy support with the rebound facet, which allows Axe to initiate before Blink, which I think is really cool.
That's an interesting idea, yeah.
But yeah, Talon, very, very aggressive lineup. Love to see it. And Aurora, extend this to a game 3.
Aurora's lineup looks a little bit more stable, if you will, in terms of, you know, you've got the Naga Siren that has a very good track record this tournament. You're running it together with very stable follow-through. You've got Ensnare into Arrow, you've got Stormpull into Arrow, Centaur Stomp into Arrow, Disengage, Teamfight.
Makoto, Hoof Stomp finds him. They had the Blood Grenade on him as well, but the rebound into the high ground. He gets inside of the Sprout from Kuku, the little bit of heal, as Kiyotaka looks like he's going to go down. So 23 Savage ends up with the first blood. Mira running away through the river. Both heroes very quick, thanks to that amazing change. Ends up being Mira dropping, and Makoto does end up falling to Nightfall. In the end, a 2-for-1, but first blood to Talon.
Great result for them. Considering Aurora were the ones looking to initiate a fight there, did not get the outcome they were hoping on the Lina. Instead, this turnaround play from the side of Talon.
I think Makoto did lose 1 creep in the lane before being able to come back.
Oh, well worth it then.
Could be horribly wrong, actually. Maybe it wasn't it?
Well, so far the numbers say a 1,000 advantage for Talon. I'm going to trust Dota over you, whether that was good or not. But yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit more about...
I didn't say it wasn't good.
I want to talk a little bit... You said Lina lost a creep and therefore it wasn't worth it. Anyway.
Just mention it.
Yeah, okay. looking at the Axe, he's always going to be the talking point of any game. This hero is very polarizing. Part of the reason he has not seen much play in general is that even in good games, Axe has a tendency to fall off. It's like it's on a knife's edge in a lot of games, whether you can really get the job done or not. But I think what Talon see in this game, in addition to, of course, as you mentioned, being able to rebound him in, the matchup against Weaver is very good for Axe. Weaver in fights will often try to Shukuchi through the enemy team and play on that mobility. If you get caught mid Shukuchi by an Axe call, you can get 100-0'd by Blade Mail. There's nothing stopping him from truly getting that off either. Centaur can't really counterplay this. The Song can always counterplay these types of plays, but it is very fast. The damage comes out very quickly. And on top of that, Axe should have a very good laning stage against Naga Weaver. What are they going to do to him? He's going to get a Vanguard and he'll free farm.
Yep, as you say that, they're getting pressured out of the lane, though, onto the tier 1. Rebound in.
Well, who's pressuring who?
WS, still level 2. Panto. Battle Hunger applied, and this will eventually be a kill going the way of Talon, but will they lose WS on the way? Nightfall applying as much pressure as he can. Shukuchi is up under the tower. The Berserker's belt is up. Beautiful timing. Nightfall dies under the tower. He just gets level 3. Levels Berserker's call, and man, oh man, what a start for Talon.
He might have just anticipated that he was, without a doubt, going to level the second point counter helix, but I love when Axes do this. I think the 1-1-1 build in a lot of games is actually better than the 0-1-2. That's more common.
Especially this lane.
This kind of situation, and the lane in general. And he timed it perfectly. He didn't get hit by the Shukuchi damage, right? He got him on the way in, I think. Either way, job well done. 2,000 gold lead minute 3.
Yep.
A great start for them.
23 Savage playing the Bristleback this time around. And Toronto Tokyo will be playing Mr. Centaur, of course. Gets off the hoof stomp, but a little residual damage as 23 Savage already has 3 kills in this game. An incredible start for him as the Swarm comes out into the ensnare. As WS gets off a call only onto the 1, though. Talon still getting pressured quite a bit in this lane. As WS has the Ring of Health and still 600 away from finishing the Vanguard, which will make him close to unkillable in the early stages.
The amount of creeps in the tower, though, and also has a healing salve to get up to full to be competitive in the lane. But the water rune before he was forced out, but good news for the side here of Aurora. They get both waters. Kiyotaka desperately needed some resources here to be able to be somewhat competitive against the Lina. The mid lane actually for Kiyotaka going quite well so far. This is not an easy matchup, especially when Lina gets more levels. Constant long-range harassment. You're always outranging the Storm Spirit. You had the advantage from the First Blood fight. Kiyotaka still able to somewhat hold his own here at least.
Yep, relatively even mid lane. Makoto with a bit of an advantage. Just very slight as we see a call onto Nightfall. Ensnare with the reel in for Jokum, but now you have the rebound on top. Nightfall dead.
I love this lane. I don't think I've seen it played before.
Very cool.
I am on board with Marcy Axe. It looks super fun to play. It's also easier to look fun to play when you have a good lane matchup, of course, for this type of lane, but...
I mean, let me ask you this.
Really
we talked about Axe's build being you either go Vanguard Blink or Blade Mail Blink. Can you go Blade Mail and Vanguard before Blink with the Marcy on your team?
It's not out of the question, but I still do think it's just safer to give yourself that opportunity to make the moves. It's actually going to get reeled into the tower. That's funny. Doesn't really do too much. Good
Taka, only level 5 inside of the Sprout. Kuku helping set up a kill for Makoto. Talon continuing to snowball this game. They really woke up with aggression today. He had a cold shower, I feel like, Synderen.
Yeah.
A rarity these days. So I was told. Anton. I mean, that is kind of the issue, though, that you brought up from the Talon side, is that the song can be really powerful. I'm going to force out BKB for the Axe, which, I mean, he typically would go for anyway, late stage of the game. Arrow, a melee one onto Kuku, trying to get to the high ground. Looks like he's resigned to his death. Tries to deny himself on the creeps. It's going to be close. Oh, they're going to get a residual kill, though. Makoto takes out Mira, so it's a 1-for-1.
Joe comes nearby, though.
Yes, he is.
Radiant's
He pokes him. Dispose. Back into Makoto's arms. 23 Savage coming in to steal some XP. Successful maneuver from 23 Savage.
And we'll get the stack as well. Everything for Talon coming together right now. This is a total stomping. See, this is the standard Talon game 2. But today, they also won game 1.
Yeah.
They've had quite a few very one-sided affairs, both for and against themselves. I have yet to see, I believe, Talon crush an early game and then lose the game. So Aurora definitely have a challenge ahead of themselves.
The real end. Arrow not close at all. WS turned this around now onto Panto. Illusions, as long as they don't hit him. Okay, he actually chops down Panto. Looks like he had a lot of health, but...
Axe won a 1v3, Shannon.
Yes, that's pretty good news for Talon, and Aurora should be scared. Level 4 Weaver versus a 6 Axe, as there's the rebound. Call to come as well, and a choppity chop for the road. WS, double kill. This lane's a dumpster fire for Aurora.
The worst part about that for Aurora is I don't even think you kill him if you hit the arrow. Like, these heroes don't have damage to kill this guy.
Oh, good attempt.
WS is way too tanky with the Vanguard. You've got Weaver, Mirana, and Naga trying to kill him. I mean, good luck. Nightfall a little bit stumped here, understandably so. This is probably the hardest Aurora have been beaten in a single game this entire tournament in the first 8 minutes. Just getting run over by the side of Talon, bringing something fresh to the table here. The Axe, part of 7 of 11 kills.
Radiant's middle tower
I love the creativity of running this with Marcy. It's super cool. It's very effective so far. All lanes going well for them. We haven't really talked much about Bristol, kind of because the lane is a nothing burger. You're playing Bristol against Centaur.
They have the connection this time. It's a 4 versus 1. Can WS survive? He is not. Kill goes the way of Kiyotaka, a much needed one for Aurora.
It takes them so long to kill him, but they get it done. Now Kiyotaka is back into mid. Now he needs to make sure he's not on the receiving end. Joachim is set up. Did not connect, just barely.
Kiyotaka pretty low on mana right now.
Are fortified.
Other ensnare comes out, and the Reelan has ridiculous range. I didn't realize that long.
Mira on his last leap will get out. Makoto has a haste in the bottle, so if they want to kill him, they have to 100 to 0 him in their stuns. All this is happening.
Is he actually going to get dove here? No.
The reason I say this lane is a nothing burger is not because it's a draw. It's just because there's only one outcome when Centaur plays against Bristleback, the way I see it. Unless the early laning stage for Centaur becomes a stomp fest in your favor, Bristol is just going to farm and keep boxing you out. It's very straightforward and expected result here that 23 Savage is bullying Toronto out of the lane. There's not really much you can do about this. And we talked about how difficult it is to kill the Axe. Good luck with the Bristle. He has 2,000 health in level 2 Bristleback.
Yeah.
Tough for Aurora to find any place on the map. Kind of the only core that even feels remotely killable with a 2 or 3 man squad is the Lina. Speaking of, we'll just find a little Mira. Dies midair during the dispose.
5k lead for Talon.
Here goes the top tower
and
as
the thing is, with this lead, having a Bristol, having an Axe, they can keep the pressure on.
Oh, yeah.
They are 2k away from the Ags on 23.
Radiant's
and
top
for
tower.
WS,
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
What did he buy? Oh, he went for the phase boots first. Okay, so it's going to be phase boots into Blink.
Yeah. Good. It's protecting the 10-minute rune. It will be bottom. He gets the call.
Gets the call. The rebound to follow.
Oh my God, it's enough.
Kiyotaka dead. Panto's still only level 5, so no song to work with as Kuku inside his own sprout. He's going to be fine as Mira, he's out of leaps. And he's out of life.
Good one, Dusage. At least doesn't get chopped.
Yeah, that's too bad. I was really feeling that culling blade down for 74 seconds.
The ultimate silver lining here. Nice, guys. We didn't get killed by culling blade. But we got killed by the Marcy instead.
Radiant's middle
support Marcy owning right now, Joachim.
This is, for all intents and purposes, the makings of a 25-minute game. This one is going to be really tough for Aurora to bring back. And Talon, they've shown that in stomping games, they're not afraid to put on the pressure. They have a very good understanding of, all right, this is a slow game. We need to make sure to farm up. These are our timings just as much when they're crushing. They'll not let their foot off the gas, and so far in this game, I mean, what a dream game to be Prophet in. Your two side lanes are stomping. You can just go wherever you want with your teleportation and find kills. Kuku's been in 8 of them so far on the Prophet. Now the ulti has been unlocked, Wrath of Nature. A really nice ability to have together with Axe. It can often make the difference between whether you get people in Calling Blade range or not. The good news for Aurora is you have Song of the Siren finally, so a little bit of a layer of protection that is probably going to prevent a couple of kills, but is it going to give you any? Bigger question.
Yeah, they don't exactly have... I mean, they do have arrow set up, right? I mean, they've already had that with the Ensnare anyway, as we're going to see. Dispose from Jokum. Okay, WS not even playing the connections. Kiyotaka. Be a bit careful with his mana. Jokum eventually taken out, and now WS in a 1 versus 4. The Stampede make it a 1v5 as the Nature's Prophet comes to play. The Song of the Siren. WS is still fine for the time being. Have they run out of resources? There's the call to follow. They finally take out WS again, but Toronto Tokyo is going to pay the ultimate price on Nightfall. On the run, no longer with time lapse. Moonlight Shadow upon him, but they have the vision. They have the kill. Double kill for 23 Savage. It's going to cost Aurora heavily. Just to take out that Axe, they lose 2 cores.
Is under attack.
They even did a really good job there. I feel like Aurora, very good kiting. They kept playing on the angles. They did not get hit by the rebound. They did not get hit by the call a singular time, and still the kill is just so... It's such a long time to get through him. Kuku helping out with, I believe, 2 spots there with some healing as well. Makes that get ever the more difficult. And it turns into effectively an even trade here in the net worth with these kills expended. Both sides. Kiyotaka rushing travels again.
That much mana.
Oh,
okay, he's fine. Say that. Sprout makes it a little bit more difficult. Now he's truly out of mana, but no more chase to come. Boots of Travel coming out.
He is, I believe, the only player in this tournament to rush this on Storm. Does it basically every single time. I think this, when you're this far behind, is super risky. You have no impact right now.
That's one word. That's one word for it.
Because the alternative is to go the standard route where you go, let's say, Tread, Switchblade, and then you come online much earlier, and you can perhaps... I think you just need more damage. You already saw how much they struggled.
Stampede, 23 Savage. They try to get to the other side. Arrow does hit him in the back. TPs are coming. 20% doing a lot of damage. Makoto comes in from the sideline, takes out Mira. Kiyotaka as well. And it looks like Centaur next on the list. Triple kill for Makoto. Talon completely dumpstering. What an amazing performance so far.
This is the price you pay when you rush Travels on Storm. His damage was pitiful on that kill.
Yeah, I don't want to harp on it too much, Cinderin, but it's Kiyotaka, so I will, of course. There's no way buying this literally every game, no matter the situation, that it's correct.
I would agree with that.
I'm just going to say that outright.
On a theoretical level, I just don't see it. Kuku gonna dodge the arrow. Here comes Storm.
WS in the vicinity.
Well, Taka's
already used a lot of mana. Good thing for him. He does have the move speed with the Boots of Travel to get away.
WS has Blink.
There it is. On to Panto. Get the creeps to help out. The chop comes. WS with another stack to his name.
11k lead, minute 14.
This is disgusting to watch.
You have no map on Aurora. You have to get to some sort of damage items. With Boots of Travel, you can teleport away from things and switch to other lanes to find creeps, but you paid 2,000 gold. Now, effectively pigeonhole yourself into farming for, I want to stay at least the next 10 minutes. I think every move Aurora makes is going to be a net loss. It's just so hard. We've already established that they need to bring 3 to 4 heroes to kill Axe or Bristle. I think Bristle, they might need all 5. The damage is just so weak. What do you do? A 23 Savage can just play super aggressively around the map, so can WS, and whenever the Axe is off the map, you also need to be paranoid about whether he's ganking you. You know, Prophet's in the mix every time. This item could potentially help Toronto Tokyo with a Blink. If they were to find... I don't know. This feels like such a... such a checkmate already. Usually I would be focusing on, all right, Centaur has a Blink, let's go make moves, let's find kills. It feels like 2 out of the 5 enemy heroes are borderline.
Oh my god. Did he sell the Blink? He did.
Yeah, he bought Midas. Okay.
Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen Midas Centaur, Cinderin.
I like this.
As Kiyotaka's dead.
I like the Midas because they have cornered themselves, and this is the only way out. I think his Blink would have probably been borderline useless. He needs to try to get to super late game already.
They have
with
to
the Midas.
stampede just to save the Naga.
Is under attack.
Oof. I will say, I would have preferred to see Centaur Blink and Storm tread Switchblade as a potential angle back into the game, but when the Storm has travels and you see you can't kill these heroes, I think your Centaur has to buy into the same idea. You have to do the same thing. It makes no sense for Centaur to buy a Blink to then not fight, right?
Yeah.
You might as well buy a farming item.
Radiant's middle
But
tower
I can't say Midas is better than Blade Mail necessarily for that. I think you might farm more with Blade Mail. Maybe not. I guess this is a bit better, actually.
As Mira is taken out by Makoto, they're just dropping like flies. Aurora, if they lose this game, they are out of the tournament, and Talon would move on to the lower lower bracket finals and face off against whoever loses after this series. It's Joe coming Makoto, 23 Savage into the pit. This is going to be a 17-minute Roche. They probably will go get the Tormentor at exactly 20, and then they'll have 2 minutes to use the Aegis to try to get as many towers as possible.
And their shards are pretty good. Curse of the Old Growth is a great one. And Marcy with the upgraded rebound.
Good spotted. Mira is here. Makoto has the Aegis.
Gonna miss the call. But yeah.
You can miss spells if you're Talon at this stage.
Yeah, you
make
really
lots
can.
of mistakes.
Aurora unable to fight back there.
Aurora has to play picture perfect. Come back in this game.
Taka's just using the travels to split push the map. Kuku's on his tail, forcing the TP out.
Radiant's middle tower is
This
under
might not
attack.
seem like that big of a deal, but it's actually a massively impactful play for Prophet to do this. If you keep forcing Storm back to base, he never gets to his items. So yeah, you don't kill him, and you're like, oh, he just TP'd out. This cuts off Kiyotaka from hundreds of gold out in the map, because that top area was one he wanted to control and to gain. And now he doesn't have access to it. Mira, leap away from one problem into the next.
Yep, unleash. Dokkum takes out another. 13k lead for Talon. 23-5. They were aggressive from the jump. And Aurora just were not prepared.
Yep.
Maybe they need to take a shower. Dump some water on those heads.
If they lose this game, there'll be plenty of time to shower at least.
Yeah, well.
But in the bonus 30 minutes, that this game might be shorter than their expectancy.
Radiant
A little extra time.
Already the siege is coming. 19 minutes in.
Yeah.
And both Makoto and 23 Savage playing heroes that can definitely do this, but the big zip is to clean up the wave, so backdoor protection is going to kick in eventually. But another wave is coming.
23 took some damage. They could heal him up with Sprout, but Kuku is playing on the bottom side for now. He will connect now, though.
Taka again. Kuku's come to play, so you got 3 heroes that can push towers.
There's that heal.
Big reel in. 23 Savage into nothing. Just trying to delay. Trying to burn this Aegis on Makoto. As you see Mira dealing with the wave. So it looks like Talon back away. Get the tower. And it is 20 minutes now, so they can just position themselves to get the old Tormy.
Dire's bottom tower.
Have good heroes for it. Bristol, Lena. Bristol can do it alone.
Scanning.
Eggs. Needs to heal him up a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, going for a YOLO arrow kill of Tormentor, maybe.
Could be.
To see that very often. Just chilling for now. 23 Savage making his way over, so this is pretty orchestrated from the Talon side. And Mira will just TP out, so moonlighting.
They're gonna try WS.
They will. WS with the blade mail. Makoto's nearby. Oh my god, Kiyotaka almost kills himself onto just the blade mail alone. And even with all those numbers, they can't do much. WS gets a free shard. All right. So Berserker's Call will apply Battle Hunger, and you can apply multiple Battle Hungers on the same target. Yep. Not too shabby at all.
Just a nice damage increase for the hero. Feels good. You get the move speed.
Yeah, which talents did he go for here? It's only level 13 because we're
taking any yet.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And when you get something like this, do you go for all the Battle Hunger talents, like the 10 and 15? Would you say?
I
think you could take the 10 and 15 Battle Hunger talents here, yeah.
Always feel good, and so does that. Anto chopped. 30 seconds on the deck, and 23 Savage ready to go for more.
They don't have a wave, so they cannot push yet. They will cut the coming waves already.
Oh, Aurora gonna get their first tower of the game here pretty soon to that siege.
Middle tower has fallen.
Already the catapult, the MVP so far for Aurora, the only one to show up in this game number 2.
I gotta say, today the creeps have been playing consistently.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Get away for now with that leap.
Jokum BKB, by the way.
Yeah. Lest we forget, there's a 4th core in this game already in the Marcy.
Definitely scale.
An additional problem for Aurora to try to deal with. But they're doing the right thing by playing the map. Who is once again going to force out Kiyotaka from the side. Take it for himself.
The Aegis has expired, and Talon didn't really gain anything. In terms of net worth, at least.
That is a bit of a stalemate for now. Stalemate for Talon, though, to be ahead 13k. I don't think they mind too much.
Yeah. Although still hunting. Run into Mira. A bit of a difficult kill for him. Okum wants to chase, though. And this is from Aurora's side. Obviously, split pushing. Going to help extend this game. But also, it's forcing them to chase you. Even if they get the kill after a long portion of this chase, it could feel worth it for Aurora. That's kind of the game they have to play at this point.
It is. Them not looking for a single kill is the best way to play the game. It's very hard to play Dota like this.
Oh boy.
Because eventually...
That's a big one.
Eventually you get caught. Like, you just can't keep away forever.
Kiyotaka runs into Lina.
Oh, nice dodge.
Takes the Laguna. Very close to out of mana. The arrow. Gonna fly by. Uses the rest to get to the path of no resistance again as Mira has expended everything. Will be dropping his WS now, hunting for the Storm Spirit.
Mira. Top tower is under attack.
Well, they're gonna get the Stampede to help out. Kiyotaka with a sliver of mana left will try the TP, but burns away to the Battle Hunger. How many was that on him?
3. It was triple Battle Hunger. He took so much damage. It's kind of crazy. That's 90 physical damage per second.
Oh my god. And the song is gonna do literally nothing here.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. This is quite the shellacking. Aurora just can't do shit, man.
Yeah. I was telling you, if Talon ever learned to win game 1...
I know. Game 2 is literally identical to how many game 2s they've had.
Yeah, we've seen their game 2 game. They have a better game 2 game than game 1 game. And in this game, they won't even have to show off their game 3 game, most likely.
Game 3 would have been really hype, I'm sure.
Yeah, generally the third games have been on the longer side.
These are generally a bit more passive.
Yeah.
That's what I love about this aggressive lineup from Talon.
All right, opening up to 23 Savage. 23 Savage is going to farm a bug.
Yep, easy gold. WS. An opening. They have the vision on the side of Aurora, though. They cancel the blink. Arrow not hitting.
And
just a waiting game for Roche.
This Lotus Orb on X is very valuable here. You can remove Ensnare, you can reflect. If you ever reflect Electric Vortex, Storm kind of kills himself on you.
So that's interesting.
The armor is nice against Weaver. There's a lot of upsides. He maybe put to use. Good arrow.
Yep. All right. There they have the burst. Down goes Axe. Stampede to follow. Makoto.
Oh, that is not a great pause.
What the horse happens now?
Oh, yeah, this is a good time. Okay.
4 versus 5. Talon with a massive advantage, but they've lost one of their most important heroes in Axe.
Is
Laguna
Nightfall
Blade has been used. Can we get a zoom in? Okay, never mind.
Is Nightfall getting hit by rebound, Shannon?
Yes.
He did.
Both of them get hit. The Crimson Guard mitigating a lot of damage, has to time lapse away. They're going to be able to take out Toronto Tokyo easily. As Nightfall, the Axe is a little bit more difficult. The
Rebound.
Extremely important here.
Yeah.
Rebound
It
hit.
does.
He's got the range. They have
my
the vision. Double
God.
kill, 23.
All right.
And the Unleash really showing its worth here. And again, the split pushing. They're just trying to do everything they can to delay.
Structures are fortified.
But the
Fortification.
countercliff. Oh, Joachim even rebounding away the siege creep so it
Yeah, that's
survives.
smart. Very smart.
And then he forgets to tank for it.
Okay, very not smart.
Unfortunate. Doesn't really matter, though.
They get the melee racks at the top. But yeah, backdoor protection's going to be kicking in soon.
Radiant's top barracks
Talon
has fallen.
can't fully commit here. I mean, the death timer still really, it's 27 minutes in the game, so Nightfall will be back relatively shortly.
And he's going for Sanjin Yasha, anything to try to survive that Berserker's call on the Weaver, but of course that does mean you have to buy this item.
Dyer's under
Been
attack.
harping on it quite a bit, but the damage just is not inspiring a lot of confidence in me.
WS. There's the blade mail initiation. Cuckoo coming nearby. Oh, the Orchid. And he can't get in range for the chop, it seems. WS will be a little sad about that, but the kill on Kiyotaka is still big. 50 seconds on the deck. Can't use the boots of travel.
He sees Mirror here. This could be a secondary kill. The Watcher.
Yeah. Has some leaps available.
He is
Double
slow
battle
to
hunger.
crawl, though.
Let's get 3 on him. There we go. And nope, no chop. Cuckoo again steals the kill. Meanwhile, the rest of Talon, objective-based gaming. Toronto Tokyo with a nice double hook stomp with a stampede to follow. Kukuys dead. Lotus actually reflects the ensnare, it looks like, and there's a rebound. They're going to turn this around onto the Naga, just destroyed. Matthew Savage with that Spirit Vessel applied. We'll get the tier 3 mid. Storm up in 5 seconds, so Talon playing it safe, playing it disciplined.
Yeah, they're quite low in resources in the Bristle. So
And Roche is up.
They recognize there's a potential risk here where they could get killed on Bristle and perhaps snowballed against in the fight. I think just turning to the Roche pit and your side of the map slightly is completely fine here. Aurora are looking for trouble now with the Moonlight Shadow. I mean, 23 Savage is actually very low if they were to check the pit. But instead, it's WS waiting here if anybody were to show.
Oh, they find him. Arrow. Yeah, they're going to get him again.
It's at the cost of Roche.
Yes, it does. And that's the second Roche of the game. So.
But you were kind of getting this Roche anyway, so it's just a kill.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's a trade for nothing. It's highly unlikely you could have contested Roche. You would have had to have the read that Bristle is low and you can jump him with Storm and kill him in the pit, so then maybe build a fight around it, but no information to really warrant that risk for Kiyotaka.
Top tower has fallen.
Their Talon obviously waiting for the Axe to come back, but this second Aegis will likely try to finish the game. Like they should be able to. Nightfall. Right now with Dragonlance, Deso, SNY, so status of this obviously very important against the call. And is 1,000 into BKB. Like he just doesn't have enough damage though. Then again, he's dying in one call, so
yeah, it's tough. It's one of those when you're this far behind. There's just no item that's going to solve all the problems. You have to choose what's more important. Try to visualize the type of fight that is, let's say the best possible fight for you is a 20% chance to win. You have to itemize and communicate for that play. It still feels bad, but it's the lesser evil at that point here. And I personally don't think BKB is the right choice. I think he has to go all damage and then they have to find a good fight where they open with Centaur. And if he gets caught by a call and loses the game, so be it. Because alternative bind this BKB is the enemy team just shrugs you off.
Aurora gonna have to do something here. There's a siege unit, so the zips won't really amount to much. It's gonna be a free tier, or free mid lane rather. Weak here, Cinderin.
Sure has. Next lane. Talon looking for the killing blow and a top 3 finish.
Absolutely.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Or smoke from Aurora. This might be the last stand for them. Big zip onto WS, but Kiyotaka can't find the connection. Lotus Orb dissuading them from going any further. Tier 3 bottom taken out. They have to defend here. They have to do something. Where's Nightfall? Just TP back. He has no HP. They find a connection to start thinking about nice rebound save from Jokum. They're going to buy everything that Kiyotaka gets bursted. There's the song, though. He buys back as well. Jokum, BKB ends. They're trying to take out WS first inside of that Sprout. The Marana melts, though, to the pressure. WS is actually going to live, it seems, as Toronto Tokyo taking right clicks from afar. Makoto has too much damage to work with. WS somehow survived throughout all of that. This is going to be Megas for Talon. Now going for the win. There's a buyback for Toronto Tokyo as GGs end up coming out. And into the fountain they go. 23 Savage gets rebound to safety one last time. Talon, top 3, Cinderin. What an amazing showing.
Yeah, really great for SEA Dota to finally have a team in the top 3. And this is you heard in the interview from 23 Savage, he would love to win a big tournament, has yet to do that. He says it's his dream to win one of these tier 1 events, and it's looking more and more possible by the day, especially this game 2 showing. I'm super impressed with how they played this game. The creativity. For me, standout player of this individual game, Jokum on the Marcy, I think played incredibly well to enable Axe get all the kills bottom. He saved multiple teammates with this pick-me-up facet, just really bringing the whole thing together. Mikoto, super stable as always on the mid lane, and everybody, once again,